Chapter 1878. Song Long Taoist priest. The figure who walked out of the bronze coffin was wearing a green Taoist robe. His hair was tied up in a bun, and he held a white horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked like an immortal. Zhuowen was no stranger to this middle-aged man who looked like a Taoist priest. He was the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, Song Long Taoist. Zhuowen did not expect Song Long Taoist to be alive in the Azure Dragon Hall. What was even more unbelievable was that Song Long Taoist had been suppressed under the 19th mountain. After comprehending the laws of the 6 forbidden areas of the 19th mountain, the 19th mountain was actually devoured by the eye of heaven devouring. Zhuo Wen's gaze landed on Taoist master Song Long, who had shot out from the bronze coffin, as a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. He clearly remembered that the first mountain god had said that if he could comprehend the laws of the 6 great forbidden areas of the 19th mountain, then the first mountain god would completely break free from the shackles of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, now that he had comprehended 6 laws of the 6 forbidden areas of the 19th mountain, Song Long Taoist, the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, had walked out of the 19th mountain. Back then, the first mountain god had clearly said that Song Long Taoist was his mortal enemy. Now, he had followed the first mountain god's instructions and released Song Long Taoist. All of this confused Zhuowen. However, after thinking about it carefully, Zhuowen seemed to understand something. Memory splitting technique, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He thought of his perfect holy body clone and spiritual power clone. These 2 clones had been separated from his original body after he had cultivated the spirit clone Duan E. Moreover, the 2 clones did not affect each other, but they were of the same origin. He could permanently separate the 2 clones or merge them into one to increase his strength. The memory splitting technique was a strange, secret technique that the first mountain god had taught him. He had already suspected why the first mountain god did not cultivate the memory splitting technique. However, because the first mountain god had only cultivated his physical body with the characteristics of the memory splitting technique, even if the first mountain god had cultivated it, it would be difficult for him to separate clones with different characteristics. But now, Zhuowen could vaguely guess that it was not that the first mountain god did not cultivate the soul-splitting technique, but that the first mountain god was a doppelganger created by the Song Long Taoist after he cultivated the soul-splitting technique. Back then, the reason why the first mountain god allowed him to comprehend the laws of the 6 great forbidden lands was most likely not to release him, but to release his original body, the Azure Dragon Taoist. Taoist Song Long slowly turned his head, smiled at Zhuowen, and said, "Zhuowen, you don't seem very surprised to see me." Zhuowen raised his head to look at Taoist Song Long and said in a deep voice, "Mind-splitting secret technique?" Taoist Master Song Long took a deep look at Zhuowen. He was not too surprised and continued, "It seems that you have guessed it. The first mountain god is indeed my clone." "Then why did you lie to me back then?" Zhuowen asked calmly. Taoist Master Song Long smiled and said, "Because the time was not right. It was really inappropriate to let you know the identity of the first mountain god in advance." Speaking of this, Taoist Master Song Long revealed a bitter smile and said, "It seems that Brother Songjie really gave you the origin black crystal. Does this mean that Brother Songjie has fallen?" Zhuowen looked at Taoist Master Song Long silently and did not answer. There were some things that Taoist Master Song Long should know without him saying. After all, the first mountain god was his doppelganger. Taoist Master Song Long should know about Songjie's situation. "Can you help me defeat Yang Yi?" Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Taoist Master Song Long took a deep look at Zhuowen, shook his head, and said, "Yang Yi has already exceeded Brother Songjie's and my expectations. The worst plan we made was that the strongest parasite in Devour's body would seize Brother Songjie's body and absorb Devour's power to become a divine realm expert. It's just as you've seen. Devouring its master means devouring its queen, causing its strength to leap to the early stage of the heavenly god realm. That's the worst outcome we've achieved back then. If that's all, I'll be able to deal with it. But now, Yang Yi, who came out of nowhere, has the terrifying cultivation of a late stage of the divine realm. Such an expert is enough to destroy our heavenly armor star. He is many times more powerful than Devour's master. When my original body and my doppelganger combine, I will break through to the divine realm. However, I will only be at the early stage of the divine realm. I will not be Yang Yi's opponent at all. Speaking of this, Taoist Master Tsang Long looked at Zhuowen, his eyes full of hope. He continued, "But you are different. Yang Yi is an accident that Brother Tsangjie and I did not expect, but you are also out of our expectations. You have comprehended Tao meaning and raised it to level 2. In other words, if your cultivation can be raised to the early stage of the divine realm, you will be able to fight Yang Yi." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He did not deny Taoist Master Tsang Long's words. With the support of level 2 Tao meaning, if the strength of an early stage of the divine realm was doubled, it was indeed possible for him to fight a late stage of the divine realm. However, Zhuowen's current cultivation was too weak. He was only at the late stage of the divine realm, which was still a distance away from the peak of the divine realm. His previous cultivation of the demigod realm was forcibly raised by Tsangjie's power. It was extremely difficult for him to raise his cultivation to the divine realm because of this. Taoist Master Tsang Long also saw the difficult expression in Zhuowen's eyes. He suddenly smiled and said, "Zhuowen, I know what you are worried about. I have a way to raise your strength to the early stage of the divine realm in a short time, but the price is very high." Speaking of this, Taoist Master Tsang Long suddenly knelt on one knee and bowed to Zhuowen with great respect. He pleaded, "Zhuowen, my strength is not enough. Only you, who have comprehended level 2 Tao meaning, can contend against Yang Yi. Seeing that you are a citizen of the heavenly armor continent, can you help me this time?" Zhuowen helped Taoist Master Tsang Long up. In his mind, he thought of Fuxi, Dongfang, Beichun, and the other 4 who did not hesitate to self-detonate to stop Yang Yi. He was deeply touched. "Senior Tsang Long, even if you don't ask, I will do my best. The heavenly armor continent is not only your hometown, it is also my hometown. My family and friends are also there. I am duty-bound to protect the heavenly armor continent." Zhuowen sighed and continued, "If Senior really has a way to raise my strength to the early stage of the divine realm, Junior will not hesitate to pay any price." Taoist Master Tsang Long revealed a gratified expression and then slowly walked to Zhuowen's side. "Senior, you..." Only now did Zhuowen see clearly that although Taoist Master Tsang Long's aura was as vast as the ocean, his body actually looked somewhat illusory, as if he did not have a physical body. This old man's physical body had already collapsed in the great battle 10,000 years ago. Relying on the first mountain god avatar derived from Duan Yi and the uniqueness of the Azure Dragon Palace's third heaven, the 19th mountain, this old man's soul was suppressed in the 19th mountain to recuperate. Once someone comprehends the 6 great laws that I set up in the 6th forbidden area of the 19th mountain, my soul will be transformed into a divine soul. Originally, I planned to transform my soul into a divine soul. When the first mountain god's physical body reached the divine body realm, I would combine the two and finally reach the divine realm. Moreover, I would not be an ordinary divine realm expert. I would be able to fight against a mid-divine realm expert as soon as I reached the early stage of the divine realm. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Whether it was the soul or the physical body, it did not achieve the expected plan. Moreover, the war between Devourer and the divine realm appeared in advance. If Brother Tsangjie had not given you the origin black crystal, my soul would have been successfully promoted to the divine soul realm. If Yang Yi did not exist, I could also carry my divine soul on my perfect divine body and forcibly promote it to the early stage of the divine realm. Although it would not be perfect, it would not be much weaker than the early stage of the divine realm. It would be enough to resist the invasion of Devourer. However, Yang Yi was too strong. Even if my divine soul and divine body combined, it was still impossible for me to be Yang Yi's opponent. Therefore, I placed all my hopes on you. The early stage of the divine realm, with the support of the second Tao meaning, is enough to rival a late divine realm expert. At this point, Taoist master Songlong's mouth was full of a smile. It was an extremely carefree smile. However, Zhuowen had a trace of ominous feeling in his heart. However, before Zhuowen could say anything, Taoist master Songlong waved his sleeve and pointed his right finger at the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen wanted to dodge, but he discovered that the speed of Taoist master Songlong's right finger was too fast. Moreover, his surroundings were filled with an extremely surging, shackling force, causing him to be utterly unable to dodge. Bang! When Taoist master Songlong's right finger completely touched Zhuowen's forehead, an extremely surging force poured into Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. This force was extremely strange. When this force entered Zhuowen's sea of consciousness, Zhuowen found that his sea of consciousness was undergoing an extremely strange transformation. Under the transformation of this force, his sea of consciousness gradually dried up, revealing the chapped riverbed below the surface of the sea. When the last drop of seawater evaporated, the chapped riverbed collapsed inch by inch into nothingness. Then, Zhuowen found that his sea of consciousness had become a space of nothingness. Moreover, as this force continued to enter, the space of nothingness began to be filled with bits of starlight. The starlight became denser and denser. Under the embellishment of the starlight, this dark space of nothingness became a galaxy of countless twinkling stars. This galaxy was extremely large, many times larger than the sea of consciousness that was previously filled with seawater. Zhuowen, this is the divine soul. Only after you have advanced to the divine transformation realm will your sea of consciousness completely transform into a divine soul. The divine soul is very large, like the boundless starry sky, as far as the eye can see. This is the only thing I can do for you. When Zhuowen's sea of consciousness completely transformed into a divine soul, Taoist master Songlong's voice slowly rang in Zhuowen's mind. However, this voice revealed a trace of exhaustion and relief. At this moment, the first mountain god outside was holding the azure dragon hall in his hand. When Taoist master Songlong completely helped Zhuowen develop his divine soul, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the azure dragon hall and finally shattered into countless light spots. These light spots were like armor, densely covering the surface of the first mountain god's body, forming a dazzling and terrifying light robe. Chapter 1879. True appearance. At the cost of breaking the azure dragon hall, although my perfect holy body couldn't reach the divine body realm, it has reached the demigod body. With the demigod body, it should be able to withstand the star god power of the heavenly armor star and the divine soul, the first mountain god murmured. The first mountain god mumbled softly. He glanced at the unconscious Zhuowen beside him, and a look of contemplation appeared on his face. The moment the azure dragon hall shattered, Zhuowen's figure had already appeared. The life force that was gradually disappearing from Zhuowen's body was also slowly recovering. The first mountain god knew that the recovery of Zhuowen's vitality had a lot to do with the Tsang dragon Taoist sealed in the 19th mountain. With a sigh, the first mountain god took a step forward. Like a stream of light, he entered the heavenly armor star. The heavenly armor star was created mainly because of Devour. It could be said that the heavenly armor star didn't have a star core, but the adult Devour acted as the star core. Now, the adult Devour was devoured by the strongest parasite and became the master Devourer. The energy of the heavenly armor star suddenly became much thinner. However, the adult Devourer had existed in the heavenly armor star for countless years, so the energy remaining in the heavenly armor star was probably much denser than that of an ordinary planet. The heaven-devouring eye in Zhuowen's body was the most important part of the adult Devourer. It contained a trace of Devour's origin. Songjia had wanted the heaven-devouring eye for a long time. After all, the heaven-devouring eye contained Devour's aura, and the heavenly armor star was created because of the adult Devourer. Therefore, The heaven-devouring eye could be used as a substitute for the heavenly armor star's core. This was the last trick that Songjia had arranged in the mysterious eyeball. In order to become a divine god, one had to refine a planet and combine the energy of the planet with the transformed divine soul to form the powerful star god power. The star god power was the energy of an entire planet. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, it was much more powerful than the so-called immortal power. If Songjia, Chao Yu, and Zhanbi had not used the power of the heavenly armor star and gathered the power of all the sages on the continent, it would have been impossible for them to fight against the gods of divine realm. Now, the first mountain god could clearly sense that Zhuo Wen's sea of consciousness had completely transformed into a divine soul, and the heavenly devouring eye between Zhuo Wen's eyebrows had already opened. He already knew the decision Taoist Songlong had made. Although he was a clone of the Songlong Taoist, he had been separated from the Songlong Taoist for too long. Therefore, in the long years, the first mountain god had also developed an independent personality with his own thoughts and emotions. Even if he had his own personality, a doppelganger was still a doppelganger. He would still be affected by the main body. In the 10,000 years that the Songlong Taoist divine soul had been suppressed in the 19th mountain, the first mountain god was not affected by the main body. However, the moment that Songlong Taoist divine soul left the 19th mountain, he felt an indisputable intent. This intent belonged to the main body. Although I'm not happy that I've done all the work for others, this is the intent of the main body. Moreover, Zhuowen has comprehended the second level of Tao meaning and is indeed the best candidate. However, I'm still not happy. The first mountain god was extremely fast. The moment he entered the heavenly armor star, he took a deep look at Zhuowen, who was floating in the starry sky, and muttered to himself. After the first mountain god had completely disappeared into the heavenly armor planet, Yang Yi was still trapped in the self-destruct cluster of Fushi and the other four. He had not completely escaped, but everyone could clearly feel that the terrifying explosion cluster was shrinking. There is no doubt that Yang Yi, who was inside the explosion, was not affected too much. With the speed at which the explosion was shrinking, it would not take long for it to completely shrink and be annihilated. At this moment, Master Devourer, who was not far away, had completely gathered his scattered body parts back together and formed a complete body. However, Master Devourer's body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that he had paid a great price to gather his scattered body parts back together. At the very least, Master Devourer was not in a good state. Zhuowen, you little bastard, you've put me in such a miserable state. I won't let you die so easily. Master Devourer's eyes revealed a ferocious expression when he saw Zhuowen floating in the starry sky without moving at all with his eyes closed. He stomped his right foot and shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow. He shot straight towards Zhuowen. Oh no! Zhuowen, on the Luo Yin whale, the beautiful eyes of the black-veiled lady changed slightly. She had been paying attention to Zhuowen all this time. When she saw that Zhuowen's vitality was gradually recovering, she heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Master Devourer intended to kill Zhuowen while Zhuowen was unconscious, the black-veiled lady's beautiful eyes changed greatly. Without any hesitation, she commanded the Luo Yin whale to rush towards Zhuowen. As the Luo Yin whale was closer to Zhuowen, although its speed was much slower than Master Devourer's, it was still one step ahead of Master Devourer and carried the unconscious Zhuowen. Then, it fled towards the distant starry sky without stopping. Unfortunately, Master Devourer caught up with the Luo Yin whale not long after it fled. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth? You're overestimating yourself. Master Devourer sneered coldly. He grabbed forward with his right hand. The devouring power, which was mixed with the law of heaven and earth, condensed into a huge hand. It pressed down from the starry sky and slammed heavily on the Luo Yin whale. The black-veiled lady clenched her teeth and formed a seal with both of her hands. She commanded the Luo Yin whale to spurt out thick Luo Yin fog, which formed a tortoise shell on the surface of the whale. Unfortunately, The Luo Yin fog's defense was like an empty shell in front of the huge hand. It broke upon contact. Puff! The black-veiled lady spat out a mouthful of blood. The Luo Yin whale was thrown out by the huge force of the huge hand like a piece of trash. It flew backward for a long distance in the starry sky before it managed to stop. The countless creatures in the Luo Yin whale's inner world were shaking violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. All of them were terrified. Die. The moment the Luo Yin whale stopped moving, Master Devourer's attack continued. The huge hand was like a mountain and continued to attack the Luo Yin whale. This time, the power of the huge hand was many times stronger than before. Obviously, Master Devourer intended to kill the Luo Yin whale and the countless creatures in the Luo Yin whale with this move. What should we do? In the Luo Yin whale's inner world, Yuan Hongwan, Ji Chenyin, Long Xiaodian, and countless other creatures looked up through the Luo Yin fog and stared at the huge hand that was getting closer and closer. Their faces were filled with despair. Master Devourer was too terrifying. It was a powerful existence at the early stage of the divine realm. Even though it had been severely injured by Zhuowen, its strength was still far beyond that of a demigod. It was definitely not something that the Luo Yin whale and anyone else could contend against. Zhuowen, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, was also in a coma at this moment. No one could think of anyone who could save them. The black-veiled lady clenched her jade-like hands tightly. Her nails dug deep in her palms and almost bled. She stared at the huge hand that was getting closer and closer. She was very clear that when the huge hand completely fell, she and the countless creatures in the Luo Yin whale would die. The black-veiled lady squatted down and gently stroked the face of Zhuowen, who was lying beside her with her flawless, jade-like hands. She sighed and said, "Zhuowen, I know that your heart is with elder sister Chen Shui, but sometimes things like love can't be forgotten with time. It can't be forgotten just by turning around and leaving. I thought that the last song that I played before leaving could cut off the last tie between you and me. But time is like wine. The longer it is, the more mellow the wine of longing becomes. I can't forget you, so I entered the Central Region alone. I agreed to the conditions of the previous Luo Yin whale queen and entered the Central Region. I also obtained great power. I thought that I could help you, but now I find that I'm still useless. I still can't help you. Speaking of this, the black-veiled lady slowly removed the veil on her face. She stared at Zhuowen's face, and sparkling tears fell. She cried with a smile, "If I die, will you remember me? Will you miss me? Or will you still treat me as a passerby in your life? No matter what you treat me as, I don't want you to die. You have to continue living. I believe that you will definitely save elder sister Chen Shui and reunite with her. I will completely become a passerby in your life. I just hope that you won't forget the farewell song I played for you." The black-veiled lady slowly stood up. She faced the large hand that was about to fall, and the aura on her body began to slowly strengthen. This kind of strengthening speed was very fast and instantly pushed her to the level of a half-god. "Aowu!" The Luo Yin whale suddenly cried out. There was a trace of sadness and reluctance in its voice, like a child who had lost its mother. It kept calling out, "Wu Shang!" Suddenly, a thick hand grabbed the black-veiled lady's shoulder. Then the black-veiled lady's delicate body trembled. She slowly turned her head and looked at Zhuowen, who had already woken up. The powerful aura on her body slowly withdrew. "Don't do anything stupid. I'm here for everything." Zhuowen smiled at Moyan Wu Shang. Looking at Moyan Wu Shang's beautiful face, Zhuowen's heart was full of sighs. Actually, from the first time he met the black-veiled lady, Zhuowen already had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. Now, after the black-veiled lady had completely removed her veil, Zhuowen suddenly realized that the black-veiled lady was Moyan Wu Shang. No wonder the black-veiled lady treated Zhuowen so well when they first met. Did you do it on purpose?" Moyan Wu Shang rubbed her eyes. She thought of something and suddenly asked. Zhuowen touched his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, "I also just woke up. You don't have to worry about it. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, Moyan Wushang's beautiful face turned red like an apple and was full of shyness. From Zhuowen's expression, how could she not know that Zhuowen should have woken up for a while and was just pretending to be unconscious? Thinking of the shameful words she had said before, her heart was full of shyness, and she couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Let's not talk about this now. Let's get rid of this annoying master first. Chapter 1880. Powerful, the purplish-black lightning bolt possessed both the destructive power of lightning and a strange devouring power. When the power of destruction and the power of devour fused together, the power of the purplish-black lightning reached an extremely terrifying level. The giant hand was extremely fast and arrived above the Luo Yin whale in an instant. It was so big that it almost covered the sky. The Luo Yin whale was huge, but it was as insignificant as an ant in front of the giant hand. Zhuowen's awakening was naturally felt by the countless living beings in the Luo Yin whale. The Ryuka people, in particular, were all excited. Zhuowen was so famous in the Ryuka that he was almost a deity. In the eyes of the Ryuka people, Zhuowen was a god, an omnipotent god. When Zhuowen stood in front of them, it was as if any difficulty could be easily solved. On the other hand, the living beings outside the Long family, especially the Central Plains cultivators represented by Yuan Hongwan, did not feel any relief after seeing Zhuowen wake up. Their hearts were still filled with a heavy feeling. Boom! The purple-colored lightning instantly collided with the giant hand. However, the crushing force of the giant hand that everyone had expected did not appear. Instead, the giant hand paused in the air for a moment before it was completely enveloped by the purple-black lightning and annihilated into nothingness. Master Devourer's pupil shrank as he stared at the purplish-black lightning bolt. He screamed and involuntarily retreated. Zhuowen's eyes were as bright as stars. With the help of Taoist Master Songlong, his spiritual sea had completely transformed into a spirit. Due to the transformation of his spirit, Taoist Master Songlong's self-created celestial technique, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs, had also evolved into a powerful superpower the moment his spiritual sea transformed into a spirit. The slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs was Taoist Master Songlong's self-created celestial technique. It was extremely malleable, and the power of this self-created celestial technique would increase as its owner's cultivation level increased. The moment Master Devourer retreated, Zhuowen pointed his right finger at the void and executed the advanced slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. Countless water droplets from the Yellow Springs emerged from Zhuowen's divine soul. Zhuowen's spirit was inherited from Taoist Songlong. It contained billions of yellow spring water droplets that Taoist Songlong had collected throughout his life. The amount had reached a shocking level. Zhuowen speculated that even if the slaughtering finger of the netherworld did not advance from an immortal technique to a divine ability, the power of the slaughtering finger of the netherworld formed by the billions of netherworld water droplets would reach the power of an ordinary divine ability. Billions of water droplets gushed out from the Yellow Spring, forming a huge, round, yellow gate of reincarnation, tens of thousands of feet long, beneath Master Devourer's feet. The gate of reincarnation was so huge that it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Coincidentally, Master Devourer was right in the middle of the gate of reincarnation. The moment the gate of reincarnation opened, a terrifying suction force that contained the power of reincarnation came from within the gate of reincarnation. Master Devourer was caught off guard, and his legs were sucked into the gate of reincarnation. However, Master Devourer was a decisive person. The moment his legs were sucked into the gate of reincarnation, his right hand turned into a blade and slashed at his legs. He cleanly chopped off his legs and used the recoil force to escape from the gate of reincarnation. After escaping from the gate of reincarnation, Master Devourer heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a lingering fear in his heart, but soon he began to curse Zhuowen in his heart. Unfortunately, before Master Devourer could recover from the dangerous situation just now, Zhuan had already appeared behind Master Devourer at an unknown time. Clang! Zhuan abruptly pulled out the iron sword that had splattered blood. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had pulled out the iron sword. A blazing and terrifying sword light swept out from the tip of the iron sword, forming a huge crescent sword chi. Master Devourer did not even have time to react before the crescent moon sword energy slashed down from the top of his head, cutting him into two. The moment Zhuan pulled out the first sword, he used the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs again. The huge gate of reincarnation appeared under Master Devourer's feet once again. When the gate of reincarnation opened, a huge finger that was as big as a mountain slowly stretched out and landed heavily on Master Devourer's body. Rumble. The moment the huge finger landed on Master Devourer's body, Master Devourer let out a blood-curdling scream. His body that had been cut into two collapsed into countless pieces of black flesh. These pieces of flesh were extremely dense, and they were scattered in an area of several hundred feet or even several hundred feet. Moreover, these pieces of black flesh were constantly wriggling. They began to merge with other pieces of black flesh as though they were slowly healing. Staring at the wriggling pieces of black flesh, Zhuan narrowed his eyes and pulled out his sword again. At the same time, the power of the second-level Tao intent was added to splattering blood. An even more terrifying sword light soared into the sky. When this sword light rose to the highest point, it suddenly scattered into countless light dots. These light dots were filled with extremely sharp sword energy, and they accurately landed on the scattered pieces of black flesh. Originally, Zhuan thought that these sword lights could completely annihilate the scattered pieces of black flesh. However, he was wrong. The vitality of these pieces of black flesh was much more tenacious than he had expected. When the sword light slammed into the black piece of meat, it immediately blasted the black piece of meat into countless smaller pieces of meat. Moreover, these smaller pieces of meat also wriggled and gathered together to form an even larger piece of meat. Zhuan's eyes revealed a pensive look. He knew that Master Devourer's previous life was a parasite in Master Devourer's body. Because it had devoured Master Devourer, its vitality was extremely tenacious. For the current Zhuan, killing Master Devourer was still a little difficult. Master Devourer's previous life was a parasite in Master Devourer's body, and this parasite has an innate fear of Devourer. The Heaven Devourer eye between my eyebrows is a key part of Master Devourer, so I'm afraid it can restrain Master Devourer. When he was in Master Devourer's body, Zhuan had personally witnessed the Heaven Devourer eye's miraculous ability to restrain parasites. Therefore, he opened the Heaven Devourer eye again with an attitude of giving it a try. The moment he opened the Heaven Devourer eye, Zhuan could clearly feel the excitement transmitted by the Heaven Devourer eye. Whoosh! Another purple-black lightning bolt shot out from the Heaven Devourer eye. This time, the lightning bolt was much larger than before. Moreover, the moment this purple-black lightning bolt shot out, it dispersed into countless purple-black electric threads, densely distributed in an area of several hundred meters, completely enveloping the surrounding black flesh. Then, Zhuan heard Master Devourer's terrified scream, as if it had met its most terrifying natural enemy. Master Devourer's scream only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Then, countless electric threads gathered into a lightning bolt, shooting into the Heaven Devourer eye between Zhuan's eyebrows. Master Devourer's vitality is really tenacious. It didn't die even after that. Through the Heaven Devourer eye, Zhuan could clearly sense Master Devourer's every move as he was sucked into the Heaven Devourer eye by the purple-black lightning bolt. Master Devourer's countless black flesh pieces seemed to be frozen, cut into countless small parts by the electric threads, and imprisoned in the deepest part of the Heaven Devourer eye. After being baptized by the purple-black electric threads, the wiggling black flesh pieces completely stiffened, no longer wiggling. However, Zhuan could feel that these black flesh pieces hadn't lost their vitality, but had fallen into a deep slumber. Furthermore, these black pieces of meat were not simple. One could sense that these black pieces of meat were hiding a terrifying amount of energy. This energy didn't belong to Master Devourer, but to Master Devourer. Master Devourer's power was too strong. Although it was on the verge of death after giving birth to Master Devourer, it was still extremely terrifying. Although Master Devourer had devoured the last of Master Devourer's energy, it couldn't exert all of its energy. After all, the time it took to devour Master Devourer's energy was too short. If Master Devourer was given enough time, it could exert the full power of Master Devourer. At that time, even Yang Yi, who was at the late Heavenly God realm, might not be its match. Unfortunately, Master Devourer was too careless. The moment it devoured Master Devourer and advanced to the early Heavenly God realm, it attacked in a high-profile manner. It didn't take the numerous cultivators of the Heavenly Armor Continent seriously at all. It didn't even take God Ganj seriously. Of course, if Yang Yi hadn't appeared out of nowhere, and Zhuan hadn't comprehended the second-level Dao meaning, borrowed Sangjia's power, and sacrificed his life to create the fifth-step sixth sword, Master Devourer wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. However, there weren't so many ifs in the world. Master Devourer had been completely sealed by Zhuan's Heaven Devourer Eye, so it couldn't cause any trouble for the time being. What happened to Zhuan? How did he suddenly become so strong? Inside the Luo Yin whale, Yuan Hongwen stared blankly at the scene, especially when he saw Master Devourer being devoured by the Heaven Devourer Eye between Zhuan's eyebrows. His heart thumped wildly, and he was shocked. In the Luo Yin whale world, countless creatures fell into silence. However, after a short moment of silence, they burst into enthusiastic cheers. Originally, they thought they were going to die, but they didn't expect things to turn around. Everyone stared fervently at Zhuan's back. They knew that the owner of this seemingly thin back had saved them all at the last moment. Lord Long, when the Ryuka people knelt down on one knee. The fervent look in their eyes was the most intense. The other cultivators in the Luo Yin whale world followed the example of the Ryuka people and knelt down on one knee before Zhuan. Zhuan had saved them, so he deserved their kneeling. Long Xiaodian and Feng Xiao snuggled up to each other. Their eyes were full of pride. Zhuan was their son. As a mother, they were naturally gratified to see their son turn the tide and be so outstanding. Bang! A muffled sound came. In the distant starry sky, a violent explosion suddenly set off a terrifying ring-shaped airwave. This airwave was like a meteorite belt, radiating in all directions. Wherever it passed, the starry sky was distorted and turned into a vacuum of nothingness. In the center of the airwave, a stalwart figure slowly walked out. Chapter 1881, The Sixth Sword Strike. 5 tiny ants actually dared to try and shake a tree like ants? How ridiculous! Yang Yi stood in the center of the blast. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The self-destruction of Fushi and the 4 genuine immortal soldiers did not affect him much. Turning his head, Yang Yi's gaze fell on Zhuan. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry of surprise. He had discovered something different about Zhuan. On the surface, Zhuan's cultivation was still at the late stage of the fairy immortal realm. However, Yang Yi felt the aura of a divine soul from Zhuan. Divine soul? How did your sea of consciousness transform into a divine soul? Yang Yi frowned and whispered in surprise. While Yang Yi was surprised, the huge heavenly armor planet suddenly trembled. The trembling came from the depths of the heavenly armor planet. An invisible wave of power spread out from the inside of the heavenly armor planet. Whoosh! A stream of light rushed out from the inside of the heavenly armor planet. It instantly rushed to Zhuan's side and revealed the strong figure of the first mountain god. Zhuan, release your perfect holy body. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Although Zhuan was surprised, he did as the first mountain god said. Ever since he found out from the Songlong Taoist divine soul that the first mountain god was a doppelganger of the Songlong Taoist, Zhuan's previous vigilance toward the first mountain god had disappeared. The first mountain god flew in front of the great perfection holy physique and pointed his right finger at the center of the holy physique's eyebrows. Then, Zhuan realized that the first mountain god's finger was filled with a strange star power. This star power did not belong to the first mountain god. It was refined by the first mountain god from the inside of the heavenly armor planet. The heavenly armor planet has been secretly set up by Brother Sangjia. Originally, Brother Sangjia wanted to leave it for me to refine. However, I know my limits. Zhuan, I hope you will not waste my sacrifice. The first mountain god took a deep look at Zhuan. His body collapsed and turned into countless specks of light. Then, a powerful wave of astral energy poured into Zhuan's perfect holy physique. Although the demigod body can't bear the heavenly armor star's star energy completely, when combined with the Azure Dragon's divine soul, it can still unleash the star god energy of an early heavenly god. Coupled with your second-level Dao insight, it's enough to contend against Yang Yi. I don't expect you to be able to kill Yang Yi. I only hope that you can protect Heavenly Armor Planet and the countless martial artists on the mainland, so that they can avoid this kind of disaster. The first mountain god's words gradually faded into Zhuan's ears. Then, the demigod body completely merged with Zhuan's body. At that moment, Zhuan could clearly feel the pulse of the Heavenly Armor Planet. It was like he had established a bloodline connection with the Heavenly Armor Planet. Waves of surging astral energy kept flowing into Zhuan's demigod body. The astral energy was transferred from the demigod body to Zhuan's body and started the final fusion with Zhuan's divine soul. Once the two merged, Zhuan's body would produce star god energy. Then, Zhuan would be promoted to heavenly god in a short period of time. However, this promotion was only temporary. This was the first mountain god's demigod body. He had forcibly withstood the erosion of the heavenly armor planet's powerful astral energy and forcefully combined it with Sangjia's divine soul to produce star god energy. This power did not belong to Zhuan. It belonged to Sangjia and the first mountain god. Zhuan had to pay a great price to accept this powerful and unfamiliar power. If it was light, his meridians would be broken. If it was heavy, he would lose his life. However, Zhuan did not think so much. If it was not for the Tsang Dragon Taoist, he would have been dead when he used the blood-splashing 5 steps and the 6th sword. His life could be said to have been saved by the Tsang Dragon Taoist. Heavenly God. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and revealed a serious expression. Although Zhuan was only at the early stage of the heavenly god realm, the latter possessed the power of the second-level Dao insight. This power could increase Zhuan's overall strength by 2 times. With the power of the second-level Dao insight, even if the early-stage heavenly god Zhuan was not a match for the early-stage heavenly god realm, the difference was not big. What Yang Yi feared the most was the blood-splashing 5-step 6th sword. The 6th sword was executed at the cost of one's life. Its power was comparable to the might of a powerful divine weapon. Who are you? Feeling the surging star god energy from the combination of the heavenly armor planet's divine soul and the divine soul, Zhuan's heart surged with a heroic feeling. He took a step forward and asked the same question again. Yang Yi was definitely not his real name. Zhuan was certain in his heart. Yang Yi looked at Zhuan indifferently and said, "Is this important to you? Or is it really important to a dead person?" As he spoke, the corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He slowly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhuan. He clenched his right hand's fingers and grabbed an illusory halberd with the power of the void. He suddenly stabbed it towards Zhuan's heart. 5 swords. Zhuan stomped on the ground with his right foot and quickly turned around. He unsheathed his iron sword from its sheath at an extremely fast speed. He quickly unsheathed it 5 times, one after another. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Bang! 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 The 5 sword lights were almost side by side. They separated into 5 directions and sealed off all of Yang Yi's escape routes. If Yang Yi wanted to break through the 5 sword lights, he could only face them head-on. Otherwise, there was no other way. One of the sword lights blasted onto the illusory halberd. It canceled out the violent energy on the halberd and was completely annihilated. Yang Yi did not guard against the other four sword lights. After canceling out the first sword light, Yang Yi dealt with it rather awkwardly. At the same time, Zhuowen put his iron sword back into its sheath again. The power of the second level Dao will condensed in his palm and poured into the 5 steps around him. Thump! Thump! At this moment, Zhuowen quickly took 5 steps forward. With each step, he pulled out a sword. The sword lights were like the blazing sun. The 5 swords this time were faster than the previous ones. It was so fast that even Zhuowen did not expect it. Yang Yi, who was originally dealing with the 4 sword lights in a somewhat awkward manner, saw the 5 sword lights that were even more powerful. His face instantly turned gloomy. Bone-burying soul banner. Yang Yi took out a banner made of bone from his spirit ring. The banner's main part was made of a rather thick spine. At the tip of the banner, there was a silver bee skin hanging. On the surface of the bee's skin, there were various patterns and symbols drawn with blood. These patterns and symbols were completely incomprehensible to Zhuowen. Yang Yi bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the surface of the silver bee's skin. In an instant, the blood essence on the surface of the bee's skin was completely absorbed. Then, it formed a huge bloody skull. Moreover, this skull was extremely strange. When the skull pattern was formed, endless blood light appeared above the banner. The blood light condensed into a huge bloody skull shadow that was thousands of feet tall. The skull shadow opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 5 sword lights in one gulp. Zhuowen's eyes were sharp. He could clearly see that this bloody skull was indeed terrifying. However, after swallowing the 5 sword lights, the surface of the bloody skull had obviously dimmed a lot. Clearly, the 5 sword lights did have some effect on the blood-red skull. After swallowing the 5 sword lights, blood mist burst out from the surface of the bloody skull as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Yi looked at the bloody skull that was on the verge of collapse with a gloomy gaze. He was secretly shocked by Zhuowen's current strength. He did not expect an early-stage heavenly god with the support of second-level Dao intent to be so powerful. This kid must be killed. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yang Yi was only an early-stage heavenly god, but he could rely on second-level Dao intent to possess such terrifying strength. Naturally, Yang Yi would not allow Zhuowen to continue growing. Blood sacrifice to the heavens. Yang Yi roared. His right hand slashed across his left arm. Instantly, his left arm was severed and exploded into blood mist. He tossed his left arm to the blood-red skull. The skull opened its mouth and swallowed the arm, chewing it nonstop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After swallowing the arm, the bloody skull exploded with bloodlight, spreading out and enveloping the entire starry sky. From the outside, the starry sky within 100 million kilometers of the bloody skull was dyed red. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. The bloody light was too powerful. She had no choice but to drive the Luo Yanjing away from the area covered by the bloody light. She looked at Zhuowen with a worried expression. Shiji stood beside Moyan Wushang and sighed. Sister Wushang, don't worry. Zhuowen has already become a heavenly god. He won't be defeated so easily. Moyan Wushang did not reply. She just looked at Zhuowen's back in a daze. Zhuowen used the 6th sword. Within the sanguine light, Zhuowen felt his entire body freeze. This sanguine light had an extremely strong, suppressive feeling. Just as Zhuowen was about to make another move, Blackie's voice rang out in his mind. Xiaohe and Cheng Huang appeared in front of Zhuowen with the Fushi cauldron. Xiaohe, you... Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He had a bad feeling. Xiaohe and Cheng Huang looked at each other, but did not reply. Instead, they rushed into the Fushi cauldron. Then, the Fushi cauldron began to collapse, turning into countless white lights. At the same time, a shocking dragon roar came from Zhuowen's spirit ring. Then, he realized that Xiaohe's dragon corpse was uncontrollably rushing out. The dragon corpse crashed into the white light. Then, endless blood spilled out, and the white light was dyed a strange black. Zhuowen will help you block the 6th sword. Use the 6th sword. Only the sixth sword can completely resist Yang Yi. This is Master's long-cherished wish. He wants to protect the heavenly armor planet. So do we. You're all working hard. Cheng Huang, and I want to work hard too. Use the sixth sword. Xiao Hei's voice rang in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. However, tears flowed out of his eyes. He knew that if he used the sixth sword, Xiao Hei and Cheng Huang might completely disappear along with the Fushi cauldron. Die. Suddenly, the blood-red light began to shrink. It turned into the image of a huge blood-red skull. Zhuowen just happened to be in the center of the skull. Zhuowen, you're dead. This move is enough to kill any heavenly god. Yang Yi's mouth was full of sarcasm. He looked at Zhuowen indifferently in the shadow. Use the sixth sword. If you don't, we're all going to die. Don't let Master, Fushi, and the others die with regrets. Xiao Hei roared. Sangjie, Fushi, Chao Yu, Zhanbi, Xiao Hei, Cheng Huang. Thank you, Zhuowen murmured. He finally drew the sixth sword. Xiao Hei, Cheng Huang, and the Fushi cauldron merged into the sword hilt, causing the sixth sword to shine with astonishing light. Rumble. Chapter 1882. To shrink the earth into inches, the sixth sword was wielded with the heavenly god's energy and the support of the second-level Tao will. The power of the sixth sword was much more powerful and terrifying than the sixth sword he wielded the first time. Yang Yi hovered in the starry sky as he stared at the blood-red skull phantom that radiated for hundreds of millions of kilometers in front of him. In the blood-red region at the very center of the phantom, an inconspicuous sword light was constantly expanding. In an instant, the sword light filled the blood-red skull shadow. Under the influence of the sword light, the entire blood-red skull collapsed. The moment the blood-red skull collapsed, the sword light did not stop expanding. Instead, it continued to expand at an extremely fast speed, sweeping towards Yang Yi. The sixth sword again. Yang Yi's face turned ugly. The sixth sword that Zhuowen wielded this time was too powerful. It was much more powerful than the previous sixth sword. It even gave Yang Yi a sense of extreme fear and danger. This kid is so calculating. Looking at the terrifying sword light that radiated in all directions, Yang Yi originally wanted to use his powerful void energy to prepare to dodge the terrifying sixth sword. However, when he used the void energy, he found that his whole body was surrounded by a terrifying, stagnant feeling. It was this stagnant feeling that made it impossible for Yang Yi to use the void energy, and it was difficult for him to find a direction. Zhuowen had taken Yang Yi's powerful void energy into consideration. Therefore, when he wielded the sixth sword, he dispersed it in such a way that it interfered with Yang Yi's void energy. The speed of the sword light was too fast, and there were too many of them. In an instant, they enveloped the starry sky where Yang Yi was. After the sixth sword, this kid will definitely die. I just need to withstand this powerful sword light. Yang Yi's eyes flickered. He could vaguely guess the price of the sixth sword. He did not need to withstand this terrifying sword light at all. As long as he withstood this sword light, Zhuowen would die without a burial place, even if he did not attack. The moment the sword light completely engulfed Yang Yi's body, Yang Yi used all his skills. Not only did he cover the surface of his body with his star god energy, but he also took out a rusty ring from his spirit ring. As soon as the ring was opened, it emitted a dark light, covering the surface of his body with a dark light shield. Retreat. Moyan Wushang's face changed. He controlled the Luo Yinjing to retreat again. The area covered by the sixth sword light was much larger than the blood-red skull. Moreover, the sword light of the sixth sword was too terrifying. Moyan Wushang could feel that a single sword light was enough to kill the Luo Yinjing and destroy everyone inside. When the sword light faded away, the black light barriers surrounding Yang Yi was shattered. Yang Yi's body was tattered and his hair was disheveled, making him look like a beggar. As for the rusty ring on Yang Yi's hand, It completely shattered into countless pieces the moment his figure was revealed. Pucci. Yang, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression extremely dispirited. Then, with a gloomy look in his eyes, he muttered to himself in a low voice, I still underestimated this kid's sixth sword. I didn't expect the power of this kid's sixth sword to reach such a level. To be able to injure me so severely, this kid can die without regrets. Pucci. However, before Yang, he could finish his words, an iron sword suddenly slashed across his waist, and Yang, he was directly cut in half. Yang, he looked at the lower half of his body that had been cut in half, and his eyes narrowed. Then he saw Zhuowen behind him with a cold gaze. Are you surprised that I'm not dead? Zhuowen looked indifferently at Yang, who had been cut in half. His gaze was very cold. This battle was too tragic. He had lost too many things. Songjia, Fuxi, Dongfang, Nangong, Beichun, Shimin, and even Xiaohe and Chenghuang had sacrificed themselves in order to bear the price of the sixth sword. At this moment, Zhuowen was filled with monstrous killing intent towards Yang Yi. He wanted nothing more than to pull out his tendons and peel off his bones. Yang Yi's face was gloomy. Although his body had been cut in half, he was still very calm. He formed a seal with both of his hands, and then a powerful void energy gushed out from his body. His speed instantly increased, and he wanted to escape with the upper half of his body. Unfortunately, Yang Yi did not escape for long before he was blocked by a powerful invisible ripple. This invisible ripple turned into a ring shape, encircling Yang Yi within an area of several hundred feet. The power of a second-level Dao insight. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He immediately turned around and looked at Zhuowen, who was slowly walking towards him. The sixth sword had severely injured him, and he had less than 10% of his strength left. Moreover, he had been cut in half by Zhuowen's sword, and his strength had been greatly reduced again. Now, with only the upper half of his body left, he was in an extremely bad state. What was even more inconceivable was that Zhuowen was unscathed after using the sixth sword. It was really inconceivable to him. Whoosh! Zhuowen did not pay attention to Yang Yi's shock. He waved the iron sword in his right hand, and another sword mark appeared. Yang Yi's remaining right arm was cut off. Raising his arm, Zhuowen deliberately controlled the iron sword so that Yang Yi would feel actual pain. As expected, after his right arm was cut off, Yang Yi's face was pale and his facial muscles were twisted. Originally, with his strength, it was easy for him to block out the pain. However, Zhuowen used the power of Dao insight to invade Yang Yi's pain nerves, causing Yang Yi's sense of pain to be many times more sensitive than ordinary people. This sword strike is for Songjia. Zhuowen's gaze was cold and indifferent like a demon's as he drew his sword once more. He controlled the might of this sword strike and cut open a layer of flesh on the wound on Yang Yi's upper body, causing blood to splatter. Yang Yi grunted in pain and almost cried out. This sword strike is for Senior Fuxi. This sword strike is for Xiaohe and Chenghuang. Zhuowen's gaze became crimson red as he slashed out again and again. However, he controlled the strength of every single sword strike with great precision. Not only was it able to achieve the greatest pain, it wouldn't cause Yang Yi to die because of it. At this moment, Yang Yi was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. Zhuowen was intentionally not letting him die a quick death, and instead wanted to torture him to death. Yang even heard Zhuowen slash his body once more for Ho Shu and Gugu. This caused Yang Yi to almost faint from anger. However, just as he was about to faint, Zhuowen slashed out with his sword again, causing him to immediately wake up from the pain. Zhuowen slowly sheathed his sword and stood there. He quietly looked at Yang Yi before him and saw that Yang Yi's upper body was practically devoid of flesh. Everything had been shaved off by Zhuowen, leaving behind only a blood-red skeleton. The only thing that was intact should be Yang Yi's head. Zhuowen, you've got guts. You actually dared to put me in such a sorry state. Yang Yi's gaze was extremely gloomy as he coldly spoke to Zhuowen. Zhuowen stared at Yang Yi's head, but he was somewhat astonished. He was clearly at the end of his rope, so why was there no panic on his face? You're at death's door, yet you're still so arrogant? This last sword is for myself. You've deceived me for far too long. When I first met you, I'm afraid I've already fallen into your scheme, right? Today, I will completely wipe out all of your schemes. I will wipe them out completely. As he spoke, Zhuan's wrist turned. The iron sword was like a fan as it spun fiercely. Then, his right hand was horizontally in front of Yang Yi's head. Pucci! Yang Yi's head was directly cut into two halves. However, Zhuan's gaze was grave as he discovered that Yang Yi's eyes, which were cut into two halves, were extremely calm and even somewhat frighteningly cold. Bang! Yang Yi's head suddenly exploded, and a terrifying aura spread out. Zhuan couldn't help but continuously retreat. His gaze was gloomy as he stared at Yang Yi's head that had exploded on its own. He didn't know why, but after killing Yang Yi, he didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, he felt heavy, and even an inexplicable sense of crisis arose in his mind. Dead, Yang Yi is also dead. In the distance, Mo Yin Wushang and Shi Ji on the Luo Yin whale heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts were filled with joy. Yang Yi gave everyone too much pressure, so much so that it was as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. With Yang Yi around, no one dared to even breathe loudly. Master Shi and Yang Yi are both dead. We're saved. In the world inside the Luo Yin whale, countless warriors were cheering. They were all shouting Zhuan's name and praising Zhuan's great achievements. In particular, the Ryuka people in the world raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Their eyes were filled with extreme fanaticism and worship. This was because the person who had saved the Heavenly Armor Continent was their Ryuka hero. His name was Long One. In the Ryuka, Long Tian and Jian Mu came side by side. The two of them had been in the Tsang Dragon Palace all this time. Later, Taoist Master Tsang Long merged with Zhuan's Sea of Consciousness and helped Zhuan to become a divine realm expert. After that, Zhuan used the Gate of Reincarnation to send him into the Luo Yin whale's inner world. As expected of Master Long One, he single-handedly supported the entire Heavenly Armor Continent. He's the hero of the entire continent. Long Tian trembled with excitement. Jian Mu was in a daze. After he woke up, he learned that Mu Chinxue was seriously injured and unconscious. He was numb, as if he had lost his soul. I'm overthinking. Zhuan shook his head. Immediately, he thought of Xiao He and Cheng Huang's sacrifice. His heart was filled with bitterness. Although Yang Yi was dead, his old friend had passed away. He didn't have the slightest joy of victory. At the same time, Zhuan looked around, trying to find traces of the infant devourer. However, his expression changed slightly as he discovered that the infant devourer had disappeared without a trace. The infant devourer had taken advantage of the battle between him and Yang Yi to escape. Obviously, the infant devourer had sensed that Zhuan wasn't someone to be trifled with and had slipped away. Suddenly, Zhuo Wen's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed two extremely terrifying auras that were currently rapidly approaching this side. After sensing these two auras, Zhuo Wen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His body trembled. He discovered that these two auras were too powerful. So strong. They're much stronger than Yang. Zhuo Wen's face was pale. His sea of consciousness had transformed into a divine soul. Moreover, with the support of the primordial symbol puppet's origin energy, his divine sense was much stronger than that of an ordinary divine realm expert. Therefore, he immediately sensed the two auras approaching. At this moment, Zhuan was really panicking. Even though he had the sixth sword, which could cause blood splashing in 5 steps, he still didn't have any chance of winning. He could feel the difference in quality between him and these two auras. No matter how he struggled, he would be defeated by these two auras. They're here. Zhuan's body trembled. Immediately, his gaze fell on the distant starry sky. There, 2 figures in long robes were approaching step by step. Although they looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll, Each step covered a distance of hundreds of millions of meters. Zhuowen had never seen such a footwork before, but he could guess the name of this footwork. Ground shrink. Chapter 1883. The seventh sword. This should be the place, right? The old man with disheveled hair took a step out of the outer space and arrived several billion kilometers away from the heavenly armor star. At first glance, he saw Zhuowen cutting Yang Yi's head into two halves. It's this little guy, right? And that's Sakyamane's doppelganger. I sensed Sakyamane's aura from that doppelganger. The old man muttered as he glanced at Zhuowen. His gaze suddenly fell on Yang Yi's head that had been cut into two and exploded. Oh no, this little guy actually destroyed Sakyamane's doppelganger. This Sakyamane is extremely cunning. He has many doppelgangers, and some of them are strong and some are weak. Moreover, his doppelgangers all have hidden trump cards. Once the doppelganger is destroyed, the hidden trump cards will be activated. They will basically tear the murderer of his doppelganger to shreds. This little guy is in danger. The green-robed Taoist who was following behind the old man frowned the moment he saw Zhuowen completely destroy Yang Yi's head. He immediately rushed toward Zhuowen before the old man could. What? Damn it! The old man's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and was already several billion kilometers away. Unfortunately, although the two of them were fast, they were still too late. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the old man and the Taoist. He didn't recognize the old man with disheveled hair, but he wasn't unfamiliar with the Taoist behind the old man, because this Taoist was the Taoist who rode a green ox that had appeared on the boulder when Zhuowen comprehended Tao insight. Especially when he saw the two of them speeding up, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with vigilance. Although he had already guessed the Taoist's identity, it did not mean that he could trust him unconditionally. Little guy, hurry up and leave. It's dangerous over there. In the starry sky, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, before the Taoist approached Zhuowen, the booming sound had already been heard. It kept reverberating in the ears of Zhuowen, Luo Yinjing, and all the others. Who are these two people? At this moment, Moyan Wushang and Shiji on the Luo Yinjing also noticed the old man and the Taoist. They were shocked by the Taoist's strength, but they were even more puzzled by what the Taoist said to Zhuowen. Yang, he was clearly killed by Zhuowen. How could Zhuowen still be in any danger? Zhuowen was startled, but he quickly recovered from shock. His entire body trembled, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Clang! Zhuowen abruptly pulled out his iron sword and stomped with his right foot. His second level Dao will spread out as he turned around and stomped with his right foot, causing his entire body to fly backward. His gaze landed behind him. Yang 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 yang. Yang 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 yang. Was yang yang yang. Yang 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 yang. Yang 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 yang. Yang 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 was yang yang. The figure's entire body was illusory, but the aura on his body was extremely terrifying, far surpassing Yang Yi's aura. When the illusory figure appeared, Zhuowen's heart thumped wildly. Then, his whole body stiffened as if he was frozen. He could not move at all. The man was middle-aged. His hair was tied up in a high bun. There was a red vertical mark between his eyebrows. His body exuded an indescribable sense of pressure. Not bad. A mere ant killed my doppelganger. It's commendable, but killing my doppelganger is not without a price. The man's voice was slightly hoarse. His voice seemed to echo in Zhuowen's ears. It even affected his newly formed divine soul. As soon as the man finished speaking, Zhuowen's body involuntarily burst into clouds of blood mist. He wanted to resist, but he was bound by an invisible force. He could not move at all. Sakyamane, you lost the bet. What do you mean by this? Stop it now. The old man and the Taoist priest were still hundreds of millions of kilometers away in the starry sky. They watched as Zhuowen burst into clouds of blood mist under Sakyamane's attack. Their faces were extremely gloomy. I did lose, but this is just an ant. I killed him. Do you have any objections? The man's gaze was indifferent. He did not pay any attention to the old man and the Taoist priest. Instead, he gently flicked his right finger. An invisible finger intent shot out and pointed directly at the space between Zhuan's eyebrows. This finger intent was too terrifying. Zhuan watched it sweep over, but he could do nothing. He knew very well that if he was hit by this finger intent, he would definitely die. Move! Under this life and death crisis, Zhuan roared out in a low voice. Suddenly, second-level Dao insight gushed out from within his body, and strong and shapeless ripples stretched out with the intention of resisting the strong, squeezing force that gushed out from Sakra's image. However, the second-level Dao intent was too difficult to resist. Zhuan did not even have the strength to draw his sword. Move! Zhuan's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His veins bulged as he stared at the giant shadow in the sky looking down at him. He completely understood that Yang Yi was just a small clone of this shadow. The real Yang Yi was this guy called Sakyamuni in front of him. Just for a so-called bet, you toyed with the countless lives of the heavenly armor planet and the heavenly armor continent in the palms of your hands. You treated countless lives like grass. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, Zhuan, you'll have to pay the price. Zhuan's eyes were red. He stared coldly at Sakyamuni, as well as the old man and the Taoist priest who were rushing over from the starry sky. From the words of the Taoist priest and Sakyamuni, he could almost guess the whole story. Yang Yi had said before that everything was just a bet, and the countless lives of the heavenly armor planet were just sacrificial lambs. He finally knew that the two people involved in the bet were Sakyamuni and the Taoist priest. He recalled his encounter with Yang Yi and the Taoist priest when he was comprehending Tao intent on the ancient boulder. He knew that their encounter was not a coincidence, but a deliberate arrangement. Sakyamuni smiled coldly. It's just a planet. If it wasn't for Devour, I wouldn't care about a mere planet. I'm already thinking highly of you by using the heavenly armor planet and all the lives on it as a bet. Even if you die, you ants should feel honored. Whoosh! The finger intent reached Zhuan's forehead in an instant. However, just as it was about to enter Zhuan's soul, the finger intent suddenly collapsed. An even more terrifying and powerful ripple of energy swept out from Zhuan's soul. Oh my God, this kid's Tao intent has strengthened. He has reached the third level of Tao intent. The old man who rushed over widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. He stared fixedly at Zhuan, but soon joy appeared on his face. He knew that Zhuan had just reached the second level of Tao intent not long ago. Now, under the threat of death, he had broken through again and reached the third level of Tao intent. It was his first time seeing someone break through Tao intent consecutively in such a short period of time. In other words, he had never seen anyone who could comprehend the second and third level of Tao intent consecutively in such a short period of time in the heaven domain of Huaxia. Even the Taoist priest, who had always been calm, had a blazing look in his eyes. In your eyes, the lives on the heavenly armor continent are ants. However, in my eyes, the heavenly armor continent is my hometown. The lives here are of the same origin as me. My family, friends, and brothers are here. Even though ants are small, they can still bite you back. The outcome is only death. Zhuan's gaze was calm like water. His third-level Tao intent abruptly shot out, and the power of the ripples around him suddenly increased by countless times. The terrifying pressure released by the Nadi Shiva instantly vanished. Bang! 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 In this instant, Zhuan swung his sword 5 times in succession. 5 sword lights were infinitely magnified at this moment, and each sword light was like a rising sun. Sakyamuni's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he was slightly surprised that Zhuan had suddenly broken through to the third level of Tao intent, he still didn't pay much attention to it. He waved his right hand and wiped away the 5 sword lights. The 6th sword, Zhuan drew his sword once more. The sword light of the 6th sword formed a crescent-shaped sword light that was even more dazzling than the sun. It tore through the starry sky and covered the countless starlight in the starry sky. Sakyamuni's gaze was slightly serious. He clenched his right hand and directly grabbed the crescent-shaped sword light. Bang! However, this sword light wasn't simple. Even though Sakyamuni had grabbed the sword light, a rather large wound had appeared on his palm. "You actually injured me?" Sakyamuni stared blankly at his palm. Obviously, he didn't expect that a mere ant would actually be able to injure him. However, he quickly revealed a furious expression. However, just as Sakyamuni was stunned, Zhuowen put the iron sword back into the scabbard with difficulty. The moment the sixth sword was swung out, the side effects on his body had already appeared. His body was collapsing, and countless cracks appeared. Moreover, the meridians in his body were even blocked because of this. "You can still use the seventh sword, right?" Zhuowen's left hand lightly pinched the old scabbard of the blood-splashing 5 steps. Back then, Zhanbai had only used the sixth sword, and the seventh sword had never been unsheathed. This was because the sixth sword was already a sword that paid the price of one's life. All the masters who had used the sixth sword had died, and no one had ever used the seventh sword. However, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the seventh sword of the blood-splashing 5 steps had indeed existed. He was already at the early stage of the heavenly god realm, and he also had 3 levels of Dao insight. Even though his life was slipping away after using the sixth sword, his life force as a heavenly god was extremely vigorous, and he hadn't completely died yet. However, with the speed at which his life was slipping away, he knew that it was only a matter of time before he died. Buzz! The blood-splashing 5 steps trembled and buzzed, as if it was waiting for Zhuowen to draw the seventh sword. "The seventh sword," Zhuowen muttered, as if he was sleep-talking. His trembling right hand suddenly became firm, and then he drew the sword again. This was the one and only seventh sword. In the countless years since the birth of the blood-splashing 5 steps, this was the first time that Zhuowen had drawn the seventh sword. The moment this sword was drawn, the iron sword shattered inch by inch into fine powder, and an extremely inconspicuous black sword light silently swept out, instantly arriving at the wound on the right palm of Sakyamuni's illusory right hand. At this moment, Sakyamuni's illusory figure was still staring blankly at the wound on his palm. He had never thought that Zhuowen would actually be able to draw a sword and attack, so he didn't care at all. Pucci. Chapter 1884. Taiching. The moment Sakyamuni's palm exploded into a bloody mist, the entire starry sky fell silent. Whether it was the countless living beings in the Luo Yin whale, the Taoist, and the old man who rushed over, or Sakyamuni himself, they all fell into a daze at this moment. This little guy actually hurt Sakyamuni's projection? How amazing! The disheveled old man slowly lowered his head. His gaze fell on Zhuowen's body, which was constantly collapsing. He was shocked. Even the Taoist's body froze as he looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Although this was only Sakyamuni's projection and not Sakyamuni himself, it was still far from what a heavenly god could contend with. Logically speaking, no matter how much Zhuowen struggled, he should not be able to hurt Sakyamuni at all. However, not only was he injured, he even blew Sakyamuni's palm into smithereens. It was truly shocking. Even if you're just an ant, you still want to bite back before you die? The Taoist muttered softly. Then, with a stomp of his right foot, he rushed to Zhuowen's side. "Ant, you're courting death." Sakyamuni roared angrily. His exploded palm instantly recovered, and he struck out again. This time, his palm was much stronger than before. He was the ruler of the Sakyamuni domain. Even if he was just a projection, it should have been more than enough to deal with Zhuowen, who was at the heavenly god level. However, he did not expect that he would be injured by a mere ant like Zhuowen. How could the proud Sakyamuni tolerate this? Therefore, he struck out with his palm and aimed it at Zhuowen, wanting to smash him into smithereens. Unfortunately, the moment Sakyamuni's palm came down, the Taoist waved his sleeve, and a green light shot out and struck the palm. Then the palm collapsed. Moreover, this green light followed Sakura's palm and entered the body of Sakura's phantasm like a hot knife through butter. It kept stirring inside his body, and after a while, Sakura's phantasm became much dimmer. "Sakyamuni, you lost our bet. How dare you attack me?" the Taoist said indifferently. Sakura retreated dozens of steps back and stared at the Taoist with a gloomy gaze. He said coldly, Tai Ching, I have indeed lost, but this child is not a bet. If I kill him, then I kill him. What do you mean by blocking me? Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that I'm not here? Sakyamuni, do you think that I don't know that you've secretly placed your clone Yang Yi in the Sky Armor Continent? Do you think that you can increase your chances of winning by placing your clone there? It's a pity that I've also made a secret move. This Zhuoan came from the Huaxia continent of the Huaxia heavenly realm. Otherwise, do you think this boy is qualified to comprehend Tao Will? Tao Will is my concept. Only living beings of the Huaxia heavenly realm are qualified to comprehend Tao Will. Since this boy has comprehended 3 levels of Tao Will, he is half a disciple of the true Lord of Tao and virtue. If you want to kill me, you'll have to get through me first. The true Lord of Tao and virtue's eyes were calm. He placed his right hand on Zhuoan's chest, and a thick energy surged into Zhuoan's body. It flowed along his meridians and circulated throughout his body, slowing down the speed of his life. However, Zhuoan knew that even though he had slowed down the speed of his life was still constantly flowing away. Once the time was up, he would completely die. He was even more certain of this Taoist identity because this person called himself the true Lord of Tao and virtue. In the legends of Huaxia, this title was the nickname of the founder of Taoism, Lao Tzu. Zhuoan completely understood after hearing the true Lord of Tao and virtue's words. It wasn't a coincidence that his soul had transmigrated to the Sky Armor Continent. It was all arranged by the true Lord of Tao and virtue. Just like how Sakyamuni had sent his clone Yang Yi to the Sky Armor Continent, the true Lord of Tao and virtue had chosen suitable mortals from the earth of the Huaxia continent to reincarnate into the Sky Armor Continent. It was also to increase his chances of winning this bet. Although he had transmigrated because of the Fushi Cauldron and had always thought that his transmigration was due to Sangjia, he knew that the Fushi Cauldron had actually escaped Sangjia's control back then, and the true Lord of Tao and virtue had used the Fushi Cauldron to land on Earth. Zhuoan had accidentally picked up the Fushi Cauldron and had fallen into the hands of the true Lord of Tao and virtue. To him, this was an undeserved calamity. At this moment, Zhuoan's gaze was extremely cold. He knew very well that the seemingly kind true Lord of Tao and Sakyamuni weren't much different. The true Lord of Tao and virtue also viewed the countless living beings on the Sky Armor Continent as ants and didn't care about their lives at all. If Zhuoan hadn't comprehended the 3rd level of Tao meaning, the true Lord of Tao probably wouldn't have cared if Zhuoan lived or died. At the same time, he thought of the ancient times of the Sky Armor Continent. Although there were many people who had comprehended Tao meaning, all the geniuses who had comprehended Tao meaning had entered the door of profundity. Perhaps the door of profundity wasn't a good place at all. Even Yuan Hongwen hadn't truly comprehended Tao meaning and had only touched the edge of it. It could be said that since ancient times, Zhuoan was the only one who had truly comprehended Tao meaning on the Sky Armor Continent. The reason for this was closely related to what the true Lord of Tao had said about his soul coming from the sky domain of Huaxia. Sakyamuni's expression froze. Although his main body wasn't weaker than the true Lord of Tao and was even stronger than the true Lord of Tao to a certain extent, his main body was in a state of seclusion and couldn't come over at the moment. The strength of this projection was insignificant compared to the true Lord of Tao and Yu Qing by his side. It would be easy for the true Lord of Tao to destroy his projection. If the true Lord of Tao hadn't shown mercy earlier, Sakyamuni's projection would have been destroyed by the true Lord of Tao and wouldn't have allowed him to speak so much nonsense. Sakyamuni, we're not afraid of you coming over personally, but the true Lord of Tao and I will work together. If you want to deal with us, you'll have to be mentally prepared. Yu Qing, whose hair was a mess, clenched his fists and said maliciously. Sakyamuni's expression changed slightly. He looked coldly at Zhuoan beside the true Lord of Tao and sneered, "Forget it. This kid is going to die anyway. No matter how powerful the sky domain of Huaxia is, I don't believe you could defy the heavens and change your fate. It's not your style to waste energy on someone who's about to die. Zhuan narrowed his eyes, but didn't answer. Sakyamuni's words had a hidden meaning, but he didn't respond. The true Lord of Tao glanced at Zhuan beside him, and then looked at Sakyamuni. Saving this kid is a matter of the sky domain of Huaxia. It's not up to you to gossip. And where's the infant devourer? Suddenly, the true Lord of Tao looked around, and his face turned ugly. Sakura's gaze revealed a gloating expression as he said with a smile, "Perhaps, during the previous battle, this little fellow got scared and ran away. If you want to find it, you can search the extraterritorial starry sky. Maybe you can find it." "You did it on purpose?" Yu Qing had a bad temper. He stared at Sakyamuni angrily. Sakyamuni knew that he had lost the bet and that he couldn't get the infant devourer. Therefore, he let the infant devourer escape. It seemed that if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let the enemy get it either. It was the infant devourer who ran away. "I didn't do it on purpose. Yu Qing, don't speak without evidence. Otherwise, you'll be slandering me." Sakyamuni glanced coldly at Yu Qing. Then, his figure slowly turned illusory and finally disappeared. Yu Qing stomped his foot angrily and said to the true Lord of Tao, "True Lord of Tao, I'll go look for it. Maybe I can find the infant devourer." Then, without waiting for the true Lord of Tao's reply, Yu Qing stomped his right foot and disappeared. So fast, Zhuan revealed a shocked expression as he watched Yu Qing disappear into the starry sky. The legendary shrinking earth technique was indeed terrifying and powerful. With a single step, everything was trampled under his feet. After Yu Qing left, the true Lord of Tao slowly turned his head. He glanced at Zhuan's right hand and said with a smile, "Little friend, where's the spirit ring on your hand?" Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. His blood substitution pill was still in the spirit ring. It could be said that the blood substitution pill was the main reason why he wasn't afraid of death. Except for a few people, almost no one knew about it. Although Yang, he had guessed that there was some secret in his spirit ring, he probably didn't think that it was related to the blood substitution pill. As for the true Lord of Tao's question, it was even more thought-provoking. However, Shi Yin knew that although the true Lord of Tao was powerful, he couldn't know everything. Just like Yin Tianwei, who had the divination's sacred symbol, although she could predict a part of the future, she couldn't predict everything. There was a limit to her ability. Thus, Zhuan guessed that the true Lord of Tao didn't know that he had the blood substitution pill, which could help him die once. Moreover, Sakyamuni's thought-provoking words reminded Zhuan that the true Lord of Tao had another purpose. At this moment, Zhuan didn't want to believe in either the true Lord of Tao or Sakyamuni. However, Zhuan could rely on the connection between him and the true Lord of Tao to settle down the countless creatures in the smoke whale. After all, the heavenly armor star had reached its end. The formation of the heavenly armor star was related to Devour. After Devour left the heavenly armor star, the star would soon become an abandoned star due to the influence of the outer space. At that time, the creatures on the heavenly armor continent would have a hard time surviving. Zhuan said respectfully, "Senior, Junior spirit ring was schemed against by Yang Yi and swallowed by that infant. My wife and many other saint artifacts were inside it." The true Lord of Tao interrupted Zhuan and said indifferently, "If that's the case, let's wait for Yu Qing to find Devour. Also, it's commendable that you can comprehend the third level of Tao meaning. Your soul originally came from the earth in the heaven domain of China. Are you willing to join the heaven domain of China?" Zhuan looked hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Senior, I'm very grateful that you can invite me to join the heaven domain of China. However, you've checked my body, haven't you? I'm afraid I can't live for long, so..." The true Lord of Tao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Since you can comprehend Tao meaning, you're my disciple. Moreover, the heavenly armor star doesn't have Devour's energy to support it. It's about to dry up. Do you want these creatures to continue living on the heavenly armor continent on the heavenly armor star?" The true Lord of Tao glanced at Luo Yinjing not far from him and smiled. Zhuan slightly frowned. He looked at the true Lord of Tao and said, "Senior, are you willing to accept them?" "Ha! If you're my disciple and they're related to you, of course, I won't just sit and watch. At that time, I will choose a suitable planet in the heaven domain of China and let them live there, said the true Lord of Tao with a smile. Zhuowen slightly frowned. The true Lord of Tao was right. No matter what the true Lord of Tao's purpose was, the heavenly armor continent couldn't survive anymore. The only way was to move the creatures on the heavenly armor continent to another life planet. The true Lord of the heaven domain of China should be the master of the heaven domain. It shouldn't be difficult for him to take out a life planet in the heaven domain to accept the creatures on the heavenly armor continent. Okay, Zhuowen said indifferently and didn't say anything else. No matter what the true Lord of Tao's purpose was, he was already a dying man. He didn't want to care about these things. Chapter 1885.9 Sun Shuttle Now. Zhuowen's only worry was that if Yu Qing found the Devourer larva, with Yu Qing's powerful strength, he might be able to find Zhuowen's spirit ring from the Devourer larva. Once Zhuowen's life force was completely extinguished, the blood substitution pill would take effect. At that time, Yu Qing and Tai Qing would know that he had the ability to revive. Although Yu Qing and Tai Qing were almighty beings from the Hua Xia heavenly domain, which was his hometown in his previous life. However, ever since he found out that Tai Qing was the one who caused his transmigration, he understood that he was just a chess piece that Tai Qing used to increase his chances of winning the bet with Sakyamuni. Zhuowen couldn't see through Tai Qing and Sakyamuni's cultivation, but he knew that they were almighty beings from their respective heavenly domains. Zhuowen was just an ant in front of them. Just think about it. Who would care about an insignificant ant? It could be said that the current Zhuowen didn't have the qualifications to talk to existences like Tai Qing, Yu Qing, and Sakura on equal terms. The reason why Tai Qing and Yu Qing valued him so much was probably because he had comprehended 3 Tao intents consecutively. Tai Qing casually asked Zhuowen some trivial matters. Then he put his hands behind his back and didn't say a word. His gaze fell on the distant starry sky. Zhuowen knew that Tai Qing was waiting for Yu Qing, so he tactfully didn't answer. Zhuowen, are you all right? At this moment, Moyan Wushang and Shi Ji drove the smoke whale and landed not far from Zhuowen. However, because of Tai Qing, Moyan Wushang couldn't get close to Zhuowen. He could only stop 1,000 meters away from Zhuowen in the starry sky. Zhuowen looked at the worried Moyan Wushang and gently shook his head. Wushang, don't worry, I'm fine. At this moment, Zhuowen's attitude towards Moyan Wushang was much more amiable than before, especially when he found out that Moyan Wushang had been silently doing so many things for him. This caused the ice in Zhuowen's heart to gradually melt. Initially, he only had feelings for Moyan Wushang as a confidant. There was no personal feelings because at that time, he only had Mu Qinxue in his heart. However, after Moyan Wushang took off her veil on the smoke whale and bravely revealed her feelings, Zhuo and Moyan Wushang realized that this seemingly strong woman had actually done so many things for him. Especially when Moyan Wushang's tears fell, Zhuowen felt Moyan Wushang was Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang also felt the change in Zhuowen's attitude towards her. There was a touch of joy in her beautiful eyes, but there was also a trace of shyness. She sensitively felt the change in Zhuowen's attitude towards her, and her heart was jumping with joy. Zhuowen gently clenched the bloody 5 steps in his hand. He couldn't help but think of the scene where Xiao He and Cheng Huang disappeared with the Fushi cauldron. At the same time, he also thought of the scenes with Xiao He. The tip of his nose twitched, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Kid, when did you become so weak? You're going to cry so easily? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Zhuo Wen's mind. Zhuo Wen's pupils shrank, and he suddenly exclaimed in his heart, Xiao He, where are you? Are you okay? However, Zhuo Wen searched in his divine soul several times, but he couldn't find any trace of Xiao He. He frowned slightly, thinking that he was hallucinating. Boy, I am not in your divine soul now. I am in your hand now. It hurts a little because you are squeezing me. You should be gentler. Xiao He grimaced. Zhuan lowered his head and looked at the bloody 5 steps. He seemed to have thought of something. He gently loosened his grip and said, "You have merged with the bloody 5 steps? What happened before?" Xiaohei was silent for a moment, and then transmitted a message. "It is not convenient to tell you now. Yu Qing seems to have returned. I will tell you slowly later. You should take care of yourself first." Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came violently. Yu Qing, with messy hair, stepped over from the starry sky far away. In an instant, he landed in front of Tai Qing. Tai Qing looked at Yu Qing, whose face didn't look good. His eyes twinkled as he said, "You didn't find him?" Yu Qing looked a little depressed, sighing. "It's not easy to find him. You know that the outer space has a great suppression on the cultivators of the heaven domain. Devour was born in the outer space, so he can travel much faster than in the heaven domain. So, speaking of this," Yu Qing blushed. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't find the infant Devour. "Do you want me to look for him again?" Yu Qing said reluctantly. True Saint furrowed his brows. He looked around the vast outer space and shook his head. The outer space is too vast. It's much bigger than the 8 heavens. Although it's full of abandoned planets, it doesn't mean that there aren't any stronger creatures. Devour is a living example. Yu Qing, with your speed, if you can't find the infant Devour, it's futile to continue searching. I'm afraid that the infant Devour's escape was arranged by the Nadi Shiva. We just need to keep an eye on the Sakyamuni domain. If the infant Devour's escape was arranged by the Sakyamuni domain, then the Nadi Shiva will secretly take him into the Sakyamuni domain. At that time, we just need to ask for an explanation. No matter how thick-skinned the Nadi Shiva is, he can't deny it. Hearing this, Yu Qing nodded slightly. Tai Qing was the wisest of the 3 pure ones in the heaven domain, so Yu Qing didn't doubt Tai Qing's words. Let's put the matter of the infant Devour aside for now. After all, Devour is just an infant. It will take a long time for him to grow. He can't threaten our heaven domain yet. As for this little guy, Yu Qing's gaze fell on Zhuan, who was beside Tai Qing, with a hint of passion in his eyes. Yu Qing didn't particularly care about the 3rd-level Dao intent. What he cared about was that this kid was able to comprehend Dao intent consecutively in such a short period of time and directly reach the 3rd level from the 1st-level Dao intent. This was something he had never seen before. Without a doubt, this kid's comprehension was the strongest he had ever seen. Tai Qing nodded and said, "His name is Zhuan. He was originally a member of our heaven domain, but his soul accidentally crossed into the sky armor continent. Now, he plans to return to our heaven domain and officially become my disciple." Yu Qing's eyes flickered, and then he laughed heartily. He stepped forward and patted Zhuan's shoulder, saying, "So that's how it is. Then it's really fate. Since you were originally a member of the heaven domain and have comprehended 3 Dao intents consecutively, it's most suitable for you to become Tai Qing's disciple. After all, Dao intents are Tai Qing's own Dao, and he has numerous disciples. Even though many of his disciples are able to comprehend Dao intents, there aren't many that are able to comprehend 3 Dao intents. But there's never been anyone that's able to swiftly attain 3 Dao intents in such a short period of time like you." The corners of Zhuan's mouth held a smile when he heard this, and he spoke modestly, yet he was laughing coldly without end in his heart. No matter if it was Tai Qing or Yu Qing, both of them were actually clearly aware of Zhuan's origins. Zhuan's crossing over was surely caused by Tai Qing, and it was only an unintentional occurrence. But under these circumstances, Zhuan naturally couldn't point it out, and he could only play dumb. Moreover, he had to put on an appearance of being overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He knew very well that even though 3-level Dao intents were rare, it wasn't as if a great figure like Tai Qing hadn't seen it before, and the reason Tai Qing thought highly of him was probably because he was able to comprehend 3-level Dao intents so quickly. As for what Tai Qing's goal was, Zhuan didn't know. Recalling the strength of Sakyamuni and Tai Qing, a trace of helplessness rose in Zhuan's heart. But very quickly, he became even more determined to become stronger. He didn't want to become a chess piece again. He wanted to become the person who controlled the game and completely control his own fate. However, although his life force was still flowing away, he could still live for a period of time with Tai Ching's help. He wanted to use this time to properly settle down the living beings of the heavenly armor continent. No matter what Tai Ching's goal was, Zhuowen knew that with Tai Ching's Tao, he wouldn't use forceful methods and would let nature take its course. Moreover, the living beings of the heavenly armor continent were insignificant to Tai Ching. As long as Zhuowen completely settled down the people of the heavenly armor continent, he would be completely free of worries. Even if he died immediately, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Now, what he needed to face the most was how to escape from Devour's body after he was reborn into the spirit ring. Zhuowen, follow me back to the Xia heavenly region. Tai Ching smiled kindly. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Senior, please remember what you promised me." Tai Ching looked at the Luo Yinjing not far away and nodded. "Of course I won't forget what I promised you. I will properly settle down the living beings of the heavenly armor continent." With that, Tai Ching waved his sleeve and a gust of wind whistled out. The Luo Yinjing instantly swayed and was taken into Tai Ching's sleeve. "Let's go. The Xia heavenly region is very big, and there are many planets in it. After we enter the heavenly region, I will find a suitable planet to settle the Luo Yinjing and the living beings on it." Zhuowen cupped his fists again and said, "Of course I trust you, Senior. Let's go now." Tai Ching was surprised to see Zhuowen agree so quickly, but he quickly calmed down. Tai Ching waved his sleeve, and an extremely large wooden ship appeared in front of Zhuowen. The wooden ship looked ordinary, but the carving on the bow was extremely sharp like a long spear. Of course, Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to the ship itself. Instead, his eyes fell on the bottom of the wooden ship. There were 9 suns embedded at the bottom of the wooden ship. These 9 suns were not very big. Each of them was only a few dozen feet in size. However, the heat emitted from these 9 suns caused Zhuowen's face to flush red. He felt as if he was in a furnace. "Little guy, this thing is Tai Ching's royal mount called the 9-Sun Shuttle. It may look like an ordinary wooden ship, but there are 9 stars embedded at the bottom of the wooden ship. Although the size of the stars is extremely large, these 9 stars were compressed countless times by Tai Ching's great divine ability to become so small. This thing can be considered a void sky astrolabe, and its speed is definitely one of the best in the heavenly region. Since this old guy took out the 9-Sun Shuttle, he obviously values you a lot." Yu Qing laughed and glanced at Tai Ching. Obviously, he thought Tai Ching took out the 9-Sun Shuttle. Void sky astrolabe? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He knew that above true immortal was soul formation, and he also heard that there was another realm above soul formation, and that was void sky. However, this realm was too far away and unreachable for the many beings in heavenly armor continent, so they only treated it as a legend. But now, Tai Ching took out a void sky astrolabe. Didn't that mean Tai Ching and Yu Qing were both supreme cultivators in the void sky world? Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmed down and cupped his fists at Tai Ching. "Senior, can you explain the soul formation and void sky realms to me?" Tai Ching glanced at Zhuowen and smiled. Are you still calling me Senior?" Chapter 1886. The Divine God and True God. Tai Ching smiled and said, "Let's enter the 9-Sun Shuttle first." With that, Tai Ching landed on the deck of the 9-Sun Shuttle. Yu Qing glanced at Zhuowen and followed Tai Ching. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he stepped into the 9-Sun Shuttle. Immediately, he found that the deck was burning hot. Logically speaking, Zhuowen had reached the early stage of the Divine God realm. Even if it was due to the combination of Taoist Songlong spirit and the first mountain god's half-god body, his strength was still not to be underestimated. Normal high temperatures wouldn't have any effect on Zhuowen right now. But now, the high temperature from the deck of the 9 Suns shuttle actually affected Zhuowen, causing his feet to feel hot and anxious. Tai Ching waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind rushed into Zhuan's Tianling point. Then, it spread throughout his body. Zhuan only felt cool all over, and his eyes showed a comfortable expression. "Thank you, master," Zhuan said in a deep voice. Seeing Zhuan's neither servile nor overbearing attitude, Tai Ching showed a look of appreciation. Then, he formed a seal with his right hand, and a power that Zhuan could not grasp emerged from Tai Ching's fingertips. Then, the 9 stars inlaid at the bottom of the 9 suns shuttle burst out with dazzling light. Whoosh! Then, the 9 suns shuttle disappeared. Wherever it passed, it left an extremely long light mark in the dim starry sky. So fast. In just a breath's time, Zhuan found that the heavenly armor planet behind him had completely disappeared from his sight. Even his divine sense could not detect the location of the heavenly armor planet. Without a doubt, the distance that the 9 suns shuttle covered in this breath's time was far beyond the range that his divine sense could reach. Now that we've set off, I'll explain the specific division of the divine transformation realm to you. As for the virtual sky world, it's still a bit far from you, so you'd better not go and learn too much about it for now. Tai Ching's eyes were solemn as he said, "Actually, the divine transformation realm is only divided into 2 major realms, the celestial god realm and the true god realm. I think you should already know the specific division of the celestial god realm the moment you advance to the early celestial god realm, right?" Zhuan nodded and said, "I do know that. The divine god realm is divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the pinnacle stage. Yang Yi, the avatar of the Nadi Shiva, was a late divine god." Tai Ching nodded and continued. "The minimum requirement for becoming a soul formation cultivator is to refine a planet with life and let that planet provide you with endless astral power. This astral power can be combined with the divine soul in your mind to create powerful astral power." Speaking up to there, the Grand Pure One looked at Zhuan rather helplessly and sighed. "You become a god too hastily. Your soul didn't come from your own cultivation, and the planet you refined was actually the heavenly armor planet. The heavenly armor planet doesn't have a core. It was transformed from an abandoned planet into a planet with life because of Devour's existence. However, Devour is dead, and the infant Devour is nowhere to be found. The heavenly armor planet is destined to become an abandoned planet again. Even if you're not injured and your vitality is not cut off, when the heavenly armor planet becomes an abandoned planet, you'll fall from the divine god realm to the demigod realm. It'll be difficult for you to become a celestial god for the rest of your life." Zhuan's eyes were calm. When Taoist Master Tsang Long begged him to become a celestial god, he already knew about this side effect. Taoist Master Tsang Long also knew about this side effect, which was why he said that Zhuan had to pay a great price to become a celestial god. However, if he didn't become a celestial god, no one on the heavenly armor continent would be able to resist Yang Yi. Not only would Zhuan die, but the entire heavenly armor continent would be buried with him. This was not something he wanted to see. Of course, Zhuan knew that this was only his current situation. If he died once, he would be reborn with the help of the blood death substitution pill. At that time, his cultivation would return to the late stage of the celestial immortal realm. He might even become a celestial god in the future. Of course, Zhuan thought further than this. Since he had refined the heavenly armor planet, there was no possibility of his body being promoted again. However, Tai Ching still accepted him as a disciple. This was somewhat thought-provoking. Therefore, when facing Tai Ching, Zhuan didn't trust him unconditionally. Instead, he maintained a certain level of vigilance. Of course, this vigilance was hidden deep in his heart, and he didn't show it. Above the sky god realm is the true god realm. The division of the true god realm is even less than that of the sky god realm. There are only 3 small realms. However, it is much more difficult to advance to the true god realm than the sky god realm. Our heaven region usually divides the true gods into the 1 calamity true god, 2 calamity true god, and 3 calamity true god. Zhuan frowned. It was obvious that he didn't understand the division of the true god realm. Tai Ching also saw Zhuan's confusion. He explained patiently. The reason why it's like this is because a true god will experience a disaster every 500 years. This disaster is caused by the rules of this galaxy. One disaster celestial god will send a thunder disaster every 500 years. This thunder disaster isn't fixed. Instead, its power will increase continuously. In other words, in the first 500 years after you become a true god, the thunder disaster will be the weakest. After every 500 years, the thunder disaster will increase continuously. Normally, the first two thunder disasters aren't very difficult for a true god. However, the third thunder disaster will be much more powerful. It's enough to kill most of the one disaster celestial gods. Therefore, the longer one stays in the true god realm, the higher the chance of dying. Of course, if you pass through the thunder disaster, your power will become more and more terrifying. Back then, I once saw a guy who stayed in the one disaster celestial god realm for 10,000 years. He challenged the three disaster celestial god with the power of a one disaster celestial god, and he killed the three disaster celestial god with one stroke. Tai Ching looked impressed. Zhuan looked grave. According to what Tai Ching said, a one disaster celestial god would experience a thunder disaster every 500 years. Moreover, the power of the thunder disaster would increase every time. The guy who stayed in the one disaster celestial god realm for 10,000 years would have experienced a total of 20 thunder disasters. It should be known that the third thunder disaster could kill most of the one disaster celestial gods. The guy who could survive 20 thunder disasters was really terrifying. Then the guy, Zhuan, looked at Tai Ching and asked. Tai Ching laughed and pointed at Yu Qing. That guy's the sloppy old man, Yu Qing. His temper is really stubborn. Originally, he could have directly become a two calamities real god after the second lightning calamity, but he insisted on testing his limits. The 20th lightning calamity almost killed him. Yu Qing touched his nose and shrugged. Tai Ching, don't drag me into this. It's just a matter of the past. Zhuan thought highly of Yu Qing. He killed the three disaster celestial god as a one disaster celestial god. It could be seen how terrifying his power was. Of course, it was also related to the number of thunder disasters that he passed. It seemed that the difference in the realm of real god wasn't as simple as the difference in realm. It also depended on the number of disasters that you passed. Even a one disaster celestial god would be able to kill a three disaster celestial god as long as he passed through enough thunder disasters. What a two disaster celestial god experienced wasn't thunder disaster, but fire. The fire wasn't heaven fire, nor was it normal fire. It was called Yin fire. It started from the Yongquan acupoint and went straight to the Niyuan palace. If one couldn't withstand it, their organs would turn into ashes and their limbs would rot. Countless years of hard work would turn into an illusion. The distance of the fire was the same as the thunder disaster celestial god, one disaster celestial god. Its power would increase with the increase of 500 years. If you passed through it, your power would increase greatly. If you didn't, you would die and become history. As for the three disaster celestial god, what he experienced was a wind disaster. The wind wasn't from the north, south, east, west, north wind, north wind. It blew from a fontanelle to the six organs, dantian, 9 orifices, bones, and flesh dissipated. If one couldn't avoid it, he would die. At this point, the Grand Pure One silently looked at Zhuan, who had his head lowered in deep thought. He knew that Zhuan needed to digest the specific division of true gods. Zhuan thought for a while and suddenly asked, Master, since celestial gods refine planets to become star god power, what about real gods? When one reaches real god, is their power also star god power? Tai Ching shook his head and said, Celestial gods refine planets and combine with their souls to become star god power. As for real gods, it's different. To become a real god, one needs to refine an entire galaxy. Anyone who can become a real god is the master of a galaxy and is in charge of a vast galaxy. Everything in this world, be it celestial gods or real gods, their lives aren't eternal. There's a limit. It's just that their lives are too long compared to the tiny creatures on the planets. Those tiny creatures mistakenly thought that celestial gods were eternal. At this point, the Grand Pure One flicked his finger and a phantom appeared above the deck. The image was of a huge life planet. This life planet was spinning rapidly, as if time had sped up countless times on this life planet. Zhuan had witnessed the origin and decline of this life-bearing planet. In the end, this life-bearing planet had completely become an abandoned planet without any energy fluctuations. Even a planet has a limit to its lifespan. The lifespan of a celestial god is affected by the lifespan of the planet they refined. Normally, the lifespan of a normal planet with life is 100 million years. This is the lifespan of most celestial gods. I call this the planet epoch. The lifespan of a galaxy is 10 billion years. This is called a galaxy epoch. The difference between the galaxy epoch and the planet epoch is 100 times. Hearing that, Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect celestial gods and real gods to have a limit to their lifespan. Zhuan couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought of the heavenly armor continent saints having an eternal lifespan. He knew very well that the heavenly armor planet hadn't been formed for a long time. At most, it was a few 100,000 years to 1,000,000 years. This was too short. He guessed the lifespan of a saint to be a few million to 10 million years. As the heavenly armor planet hadn't been around for a long time, no saints had died because of their lifespan. That was why the creatures on the heavenly armor continent thought saints had an eternal lifespan. Zhuan had been cultivating for less than 100 years. He didn't have any ancestors to guide him, so he didn't know that saints and gods had a limit to their lifespan. After all, Zhuan was too young. Chapter 1887, the Huaxia Sky Region. We're almost there. After the 9-sun shuttle flew for 3 days, Qing Tai Qing suddenly said. Zhuan then realized that the dark space in front of him suddenly twisted. It was as if the 9-sun shuttle had hit an invisible barrier. This is the barrier of Huaxia Sky Region. It looks like the outer space, but it's just a trick. Qing Tai Qing came to Zhuan's side and explained plainly. Qing Tai Qing then pointed forward with his right finger. The twisted invisible barrier turned into a circular ripple. The 9-sun shuttle followed the ripple and went through the other side of the barrier. When the 9-sun shuttle passed through the barrier, Zhuan's eyes lit up. What appeared in front of him was no longer the dark space. In the distance, countless stars twinkled brightly. Zhuan also saw an extremely vast galaxy not far away. This galaxy was formed by countless stars, like a Milky Way that stretched across the starry sky. Moreover, there was more than one galaxy that resembled the Milky Way in this vast expanse of space. There were many similar galaxies, but the shapes of the galaxies were different. Some of the galaxies were like the Milky Way, some were like the shadows of giant beasts, some are like trees, and some are like rings that kept spinning. These planets in every corner of the sky region are galaxies. Every galaxy has a different shape, and every galaxy has a corresponding true god elite in charge of managing it. Qing Tai Qing smiled and pointed at the galaxy that was closest to him. This galaxy is called the Long River Galaxy. It's a first-class galaxy. The one in charge of this galaxy is a very powerful one disaster true god. If you don't mind, I can settle the creatures of the heavenly armor continent in this galaxy. After saying the first-class galaxy, Qing Tai Qing explained, the Huaxia Sky region divides the galaxies into 3 levels. They're the first-class galaxy, the second-class galaxy, and the third-class galaxy. The one in charge of the first-class galaxy is a 1-disaster true god. The second-class galaxy is a 2-disaster true god, and the third-class galaxy is a 3-disaster true god. Of course, some true gods whose strength far exceeds their own can also be in charge of higher-level star systems within the range of their strength. Being in charge of a star system depends on one's strength realm. Zhuan nodded slightly and said, the creatures of the heavenly armor continent are not very powerful. I hope that master can let them settle here peacefully. It's best if they don't get bullied by others. Tai Qing smiled and said, don't worry about that. With me here, no one in the Long River system would dare to touch the people I arranged. After obtaining the Grand Pure One's promise, Zhuan finally relaxed. At the same time, the 9-sun shuttle had completely entered the Long River system. The Long River Galaxy was indeed vast, and there were countless planets shining brightly. Zhuowen also discovered that other than the planets with life, there were also many stars in the galaxy. These stars were the suns that emitted powerful heat. Fixed stars weren't suitable for living beings to live in. The surface of the fixed stars was covered with high-temperature magma. This type of magma was extremely terrifying, enough to kill heavenly deities. Even Zhuowen would definitely die if he stepped into this fixed star. At the center of the long river system, there was an extremely large planet. This planet was dozens of times larger than any other planet in the long river system. It looked like a crane among chickens. On this huge planet, there was an extremely luxurious palace. In the palace hall, a middle-aged man with a terrifying aura suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock as he quickly flew out of the palace. Outside the planet, the 9 Suns shuttle quietly stopped above the planet. Yu Qing put away the jade talisman in his hand and said, "I have already informed the person in charge of the long river system, Chi. He should be here soon." As soon as Yu Qing finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had rushed out of the palace arrived before the 9 Sun shuttle. He knelt on one knee in the starry sky and said in a deep voice, "Chi greets Lord Yu Qing and Lord Tai Qing." At this moment, Chi's body was trembling. He was extremely nervous. When Yu Qing sent him a message, his heart was in turmoil. He was inexplicably shocked. Yu Qing and Lord Tai Qing were truly important figures in the entire Huaxia Heaven realm. Normally, such people wouldn't care about a small first-grade galaxy like this. But now, such important figures had come to the long river system. Chi was both surprised and happy. Lord Tai Qing nodded and said, "You are the person in charge of the long river system?" Chi quickly said respectfully, "This little one is the person in charge of the long river system. What orders do you have for me?" Lord Tai Qing waved his sleeve and released the Luo Yin whale. He said to Chi, "This is the Luo Yin whale. It contains a small world. There are many living beings inside. It is not suitable for them to stay inside the whale. So, I want to hand them over to you." Chi looked at Mo Yin Wushang and Shiji on the Luo Yin whale. When he realized that they were only half-gods and true immortals, he was puzzled. With Chi's cultivation and vision, he could naturally see the aura of the living beings inside the Luo Yin whale. He realized that the aura of the living beings inside was very weak. It was much weaker than most of the cultivators in the long river system. Although Chi was puzzled, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He bowed and said respectfully, "Don't worry, Lord. This little one will take good care of these people." Zhuowen, who was standing beside Lord Tai Qing, suddenly said, "True God Chi, these people are my family and friends. I hope you could treat them well." Chi looked at Zhuowen and asked curiously, Although Chi could tell that Zhuowen was only in the early stage of the divine realm, and there was a deathly aura surrounding him, he could tell that Zhuowen's identity was extraordinary from the fact that he was standing beside Lord Tai Qing. Hence, Chi's tone was polite. His name is Zhuowen. He is my new disciple. Everyone on the Luo Yin whale is related to him. Lord Tai Qing looked at Zhuowen deeply and explained Zhuowen's identity. He naturally knew that Zhuowen wasn't talking to Chi, but to him. Although the people on the Luo Yin whale were entrusted to Chi by Lord Tai Qing, Chi naturally wouldn't neglect them. However, if these people were close to Lord Tai Qing, it would be a lot more important. Sure enough, Chi revealed a solemn expression when he heard Chi Qing's explanation, and he hurriedly bowed to Zhuowen and said, "So, it's young Master Zhuo. I didn't know young Master's was identity, so please forgive me. Since these people are close to young Master, I will definitely not neglect them. Master, I would like to stay in the Long River Galaxy for a while. After everyone is settled, I will leave with you." Zhuowen looked at Lord Tai Qing and said, although he didn't doubt Chi's sincerity, he was still worried. Lord Tai Qing's eyes flickered, and he nodded. "Then stay here for a few days." Chi was overjoyed when he heard that. He had a good impression of Zhuowen. If other galaxies knew that Lord Tai Qing and Lord Yu Qing were staying in the Long River Galaxy for a few days, his reputation in the Long River Galaxy would soar. How could he not be grateful to Zhuowen? Lord Zhua, this is the best planet in the Long River Galaxy. What do you think? Above an extremely prosperous planet, Chi-Chi politely pointed at the planet and smiled at Zhuowen. After Chi-Chi settled Lord Tai-Ching and Lord Yu-Ching in the galaxy, he chose a planet in the galaxy at Zhuowen's request. With Lord Tai-Ching and Lord Yu-Ching's status, they naturally wouldn't follow him to choose. They just let Zhuowen do it himself. After choosing the planet, they planned to take Zhuowen away. Zhuowen shook his head and said, I don't need a good planet. I need a planet that is relatively remote and complete. Chi-Chi looked at Zhuowen strangely. Usually, when choosing a planet, one would naturally choose the best one. Why did Zhuowen choose the worst one? Putting aside the fact that Zhuowen had the backing of the Grand Pure One and the Jade Pure One, just the fact that Zhuowen was a disciple of the Grand Pure One meant that as long as he chose the central planet that Chi-Chi was on, Chi-Chi would not dare to have any complaints and could only obediently give that planet to Zhuowen. However, Chi-Chi didn't think too much about it. He continued to bring Zhuowen to the edge of the galaxy. Since Zhuowen wanted a more remote planet, he could only choose from the edge of the galaxy. After searching for half a day, Zhuowen suddenly stopped above a planet. The size of this planet was surprisingly similar to Heavenly Armor Planet. Most of the surface was yellow sand, and there were a few oases. There were some mortals in plain clothes living in the oases. On the planet, there was a large continent floating. There were many cultivators on this continent, but they weren't very strong. The strongest one wasn't above demigod. This is the planet, Zhuowen asked with a smile. Chi-Chi was a little confused. Even if this planet was at the edge of the galaxy, it was still considered relatively poor. Why would Zhuowen choose such a poor planet? However, this was Zhuowen's choice after all. Chi-Chi didn't say much. Instead, he stepped on the ground with his right foot and turned into a stream of light, entering the continent on this planet. He was prepared to negotiate with the cultivators on this continent and get them to move away from this planet. The reason Zhuowen chose this planet was naturally because it was too ordinary. It was usually difficult to attract the attention of other planets. Moreover, the cultivators on the Heavenly Armor continent weren't very high in cultivation. This kind of planet was most suitable for them to live on. If he chose a planet that was too prosperous, it wouldn't be a good thing for the people on the Heavenly Armor continent. Perhaps because of Zhuowen's identity as a disciple of Lord Tai-Ching, Chi-Chi naturally wouldn't neglect the people on the Heavenly Armor continent. However, Zhuowen knew that he wouldn't live for long. Once the news of his death spread to the Long River Galaxy, would Chi-Chi still treat the people on the Heavenly Armor continent so well? He probably wouldn't. By then, the people on the Heavenly Armor continent would be too weak. However, they occupied an extremely prosperous planet. It was inevitable that they would be coveted by other planets in the galaxy. This was why Zhuowen would rather choose a remote planet on the edge of the galaxy. Chapter 1888. Choosing a Planet Whoosh. Luo Yinjing had been following Zhuowen and Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi flew into the continent of a yellow planet, Luo Yinjing flew to Zhuowen's side. At this moment, Moyan Wushang and Shiji were standing silently on Luo Yinjing's back. Behind them were Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao, who represented the Ryuka people, as well as Yuan Hongwan and the rest of the continent's warriors. Moyan Wushang was silent. Suddenly, she came to Zhuowen and whispered, "Are you really leaving? Can't you stay?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "As you can see, both Tai-Ching and Yu-Ching have extremely high statuses in the Huaxia Heaven Domain. This Long River Galaxy is already big enough, but it is only a corner of the Huaxia Heaven Domain. Since I have been accepted as a disciple by Master Tai-Ching, I can only follow him to the core of the Heaven Domain." Moyan Wushang nodded. She raised her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhuowen. "You have a strong death aura. Tai-Ching is so strong. If you follow him, you should be able to be cured, right?" Zhuowen was stunned, and then he said with a smile, "Don't worry. Master Grand Pure One's strength is extremely formidable and possesses great ability. I'll surely not suffer any mishaps while following by his side. Zhuowen didn't say his guess. After all, it wouldn't do him or the people of the Heavenly Armor Continent any good. Zhuowen, we are proud of you. No matter what happens to you in the future, we will come to visit you. Long Xiaodian walked up to Zhuowen, patted him on the shoulder, and said solemnly, I hope you can visit us often. Feng Xiao grabbed Zhuowen's hands and said softly, Son, I know you have grown up, but when you go out, you must be more careful. Remember to take care of yourself. Long Xiaodian and Feng Xiao knew that Zhuowen would leave with Tai Qing. Although they were reluctant, they did not force him to stay. Instead, like ordinary parents who were sending off their son, they kept telling Zhuowen some trivial things. Staring at the nagging Feng Xiao, Zhuowen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. In a sense, Feng Xiao and Long Xiaodian were not his real parents, but in name, in his identity as Zhuowen of the Heavenly Armor Continent, they were indeed his parents. From the words of Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian, he could feel that kind of unreserved concern, which was the concern of a family that outsiders could not achieve. Shiji stepped forward and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. He remained silent, but Zhuowen could see the sadness and loneliness on Shiji's face. Shiji himself was a figure from the ancient era. 10,000 years ago, he had lost too many people he knew. In the final battle of the Heavenly Armor Continent, he had become the only surviving ancient martial art practitioner. It could be said that he was somewhat out of tune with this era. Zhuowen could understand the pain in Shiji's heart, but he did not say much. He just patted Shiji's shoulder gently and looked at each other without saying anything. Next, Yuan Hongwen, Ji Qinyan, and some other young geniuses of the Central Plains who knew Zhuowen met with Zhuowen one by one. Most of them were extremely grateful to Zhuowen. Not only did Zhuowen save everyone, but he also found a new planet for them. It could be said that he had done everything he could. Whoosh! Chi returned once again. He smiled at Zhuowen and said, Young Master Zhuo, the cultivators on this planet have completely moved away. Young Master and everyone can now enter the continent on this planet. Zhuowen glanced at the continent floating on the planet and found that there were indeed no cultivators on it. In the center of the continent, there was a huge beam of light. That beam of light should be a teleportation array, and the cultivators on this continent should have been teleported away by the beam of light. Thank you, Senior Qi. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said. Chi waved his hand and said with a smile, Young Master Zhuo is too polite. Now, everyone, let's enter the continent first. Also, this continent and planet are currently ownerless. Young Master Zhuo can name it. When the time comes, this planet will become Young Master Zhuo's private property. No one in the galaxy will dare to touch this planet. Zhuowen cupped his fists again and said with emotion, This planet will be called the Heavenly Armor Planet, and the continent will be called the Heavenly Armor Continent. Heavenly Armor Planet? Heavenly Armor Continent? Chi muttered in a low voice. Then, he praised, Young Master Zhuo. That's a good name. Zhuowen smiled faintly, ignoring Chi's obvious flattery. He said, Senior Qi, let's talk after we enter this continent. Hearing this, Chi nodded and led everyone into the interior of the continent. The moment they entered the continent, everyone could feel that the continent contained a rich amount of immortal qi. The immortal qi on this continent was extremely rich. It was comparable to the Heavenly Armor Continent in ancient times. Cultivating on this continent filled with immortal qi made it much easier for many warriors on the Heavenly Armor Continent to advance to the Saint stage. After all, there was a huge difference between vitality and immortal qi. The energy of immortal qi was much higher than that of vitality. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they entered the continent. Without a doubt, this continent was many times better than the Heavenly Armor Continent. Chi looked at the excited crowd in surprise. The immortal qi on this continent was only average in the Long River Galaxy. He was originally worried that Zhuowen would be dissatisfied. Now that he saw the excitement on the faces of the people on the Heavenly Armor Continent, the worry in his heart dissipated. Of course, if Chi knew the environment of the Heavenly Armor Continent, he would understand why everyone was so excited. After Chi-Chi gave a simple introduction of the continent, he was sent away by Zhuowen. From now on, this will be the new heavenly armor continent, standing on a high mountain. Zhuowen looked down at the vast land and felt a sense of heroism in his heart. At this moment, the people on the heavenly armor continent were scattered around the continent, preparing to reorganize their forces and troops. Ryuka was the force behind Zhuowen, so they had the best location and resources on this continent. No one was dissatisfied because of this. Instead, they felt that it was natural. After all of this was because of Zhuowen. It could be said that it was because of Zhuowen that they had the qualifications to live on this fertile continent. Moi and Wushang stood silently behind Zhuowen. She quietly looked at Zhuowen's back. She did not know why, but when she looked at the back in front of her, she felt inexplicably at ease. Even if she had to stand behind Zhuowen and look at his back, she was willing to do so. The wind whistled and blew Zhuowen's long hair. Then, Zhuowen took out the bloody pentameter and gently stroked the patterns on its surface. Whoosh! A black light flowed around the bloody pentameter, and then the shadow of a Xiaohei dog appeared. The little black dog rubbed its arms with its paws in a very human-like manner. It looked at Zhuowen with a strange expression and roared, "Why are you so mushy? You're giving me goosebumps. Let me tell you, I don't have that kind of fetish." Zhuowen's head was filled with black lines when he saw Xiaohei spouting nonsense without changing his nature. However, he soon burst out laughing extremely heartily. "Kid, what's wrong with you?" Xiaohei was extremely dissatisfied. "I think it's good. Xiaohei, it's good that you're alive." Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and gently patted Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei stared blankly at Zhuowen. Then it crossed its paws and turned its head away. "Why are you suddenly so mushy?" "Haha, I'm just happy. Can you tell me why you suddenly fused into the bloody pentameter? And where's Cheng Huang?" Zhuowen patted his head and asked. Xiaohei's face sank and sighed. "The reason I didn't die is actually thanks to that old fox, Cheng Huang. The moment the two of us entered the bloody pentameter, Cheng Huang suddenly used the Fushi Cauldron's power to forcefully turn me into an artifact spirit at the last moment. Then, I fused into the bloody pentameter." Zhuowen was stunned and his heart sank. He knew that Cheng Huang was the artifact spirit of the Fushi Cauldron, so it was not strange for it to know the secret technique to refine an artifact spirit. That guy's a real fool. He clearly could have directly become the artifact spirit of the bloody pentameter and avoided disaster, but he didn't. Instead, he gave the opportunity to me. What a fool! Xiaohei's eyes reddened as she spoke. Zhuowen patted Xiaohei's head, but did not say anything. He knew that Cheng Huang had sacrificed itself to save Xiaohei. Although Xiaohei and Cheng Huang usually quarreled, the two of them were very close. They could be considered bad friends on Earth in his previous life. With Cheng Huang's sacrifice, it was inevitable that Xiaohei would be somewhat depressed. Zhuowen did not know what to say and could only remain silent. This is the new heavenly armor continent. I think that the seniors who protected the heavenly armor continent should be remembered by everyone on the continent. Zhuowen suddenly stood up and took a step forward. He took out a few of the tallest mountains on the continent. Then, Zhuowen's right hand was like a knife as he used his powerful star god energy to carve on the mountain's surface. Zhuowen's carving was very detailed and meticulous. After a while, a human figure was formed. The face of this statue was none other than the strongest person on the heavenly armor continent, Sangjie. Then, Zhuowen continued to carve Fushi, Dongfang, Shimin, Nangong, Beichun, Songlong, and the first mountain god. At the same time, he also carved the Fushi cauldron and a smiling little fox on the cauldron. The Fushi cauldron was placed at the height of Fushi's shoulder. A total of 8 stone statues stood quietly in the center of the continent. Because the stone statue was so tall that it pierced through the clouds, the entire continent could clearly see the huge stone statue that stood erect and never fell. Especially some cultivators, after seeing Zhuo when casually carving such a huge stone statue, All of them revealed looks of awe and reverence. There were also some fanatics who shouted Zhuowen's name. These were all Zhuowen's admirers. After finishing the carving, Zhuowen floated in front of the stone statues with a complicated expression. Then, Zhuowen pulled up his trousers and knelt on the ground. If it weren't for your sacrifice, I, Zhuowen, would have died thousands of times over. Zhuowen will never forget your kindness. Chapter 1889. Leave Zhuowen's bow was like a domino effect. Everyone on the continent knelt on the ground one after another. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and respect. Although it was Zhuowen who defeated Yang, Yi, and Master Shi in the end, they all knew that without these people's sacrifice, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to save the entire heavenly armor continent with his own strength. After bowing 3 times, Zhuowen stepped into the air and floated in front of the stone statue. Looking at the many warriors on the continent, he said in a deep voice, Sangjie was the strongest person on the heavenly armor continent in the past. 10,000 years ago, he turned the tide and suppressed the sky gods to save the entire heavenly armor continent. 10,000 years later, the disaster happened again. With his broken body, he passed on his power to me and arranged many secret plans. Although he was devoured by Master Shi, we don't dare to forget his contributions. Fuxi, Dongfang, Ximin, Beiqian, and Nangong, the 4 true immortals, in order to restrain Yang, they didn't hesitate to self-detonate to buy time for us to escape. And he is Taoist Songlong and the first mountain god. They're the same person. In order to defeat Yang, Yi, they sacrificed themselves to help me form the divine soul and become a sky god. In the end, I was able to defeat Yang, Yi. Zhuowen's words were impassioned and full of emotion. It was very infectious. In just a few sentences, he narrated the tragic deeds of Sangjie, Fuxi, Taoist Songlong, and the others, which influenced countless warriors on the continent. In a valley in the most remote corner of the continent, Shi walked slowly. He was in a daze like a walking corpse. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the stone statues of Sangjie, Fuxi, and the others that Zhuowen had carved. Especially when he heard Zhuowen's passionate narration, his gaze was extremely complicated. However, he soon revealed a gratified expression. After 10,000 years, I already feel tired. Thank you, Zhuowen. If it wasn't for you, everyone on the heavenly armor continent would have died an unnatural death. Shi muttered in a low voice. Soon after, he silently entered the depths of the valley. 10,000 years of settling down had already caused Shi to feel deeply exhausted. He decided to live in seclusion and no longer concern himself with the affairs of the world. In front of the stone statue, Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at the mountain valley where Shi was and exchanged glances with Shi from afar. He didn't say anything and only nodded at Shi. Shi also nodded back lightly. Although the two of them didn't speak, they understood each other's intentions. Zhuowen looked at the stone statues of Sangjie, Fuxi, and the others again. He whispered to himself, although Yang Yi is dead, he is just a doppelganger of Sakyamuni. If I, Zhuowen, ascend to the virtual sky one day, I will definitely kill Sakyamuni and sacrifice Sakyamuni to you. In the following period of time, Zhuowen remained in the new heavenly armor continent. During this period of time, he often spent time with his parents, grandfather, and other relatives. He also often visited Moyan Wushang, Yuan Hongwan, and the others. Although everyone got along well and happily, there was a faint trace of sadness in this happiness. They all knew that Zhuowen wouldn't stay on this continent for long. After a while, Zhuowen would be summoned by Tai Ching and leave the Long River Galaxy. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. In a huge courtyard, Zhuowen, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, Long Xiangding, and other close Ryuka clansmen were sitting together. Moyan Wushang sat not far from Zhuowen and silently looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen chatted and laughed with everyone. Everyone laughed from time to time. It was a harmonious scene. Suddenly, Zhuowen's face changed slightly and his eyes became gloomy. When everyone saw Zhuowen's expression, The smiles on their faces froze. Zhuowen stood up silently and cupped his fist to everyone. He said, "Everyone, I should go. Child, be careful along the way. Father and mother are not strong enough to protect you. In the future, everything will depend on you. If you have the chance, come back more often." Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao stood up and sighed. The rest of the people also stood up. Although they were extremely reluctant, they also knew that the person who took Zhuowen away this time was the great Tai Ching. Moyan Wushang bit her lower lip and stood up. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, will you come back?" Zhuowen turned to look at Moyan Wushang and said with a smile, "Yes, I will definitely come back." Hearing this, Moyan Wushang smiled and said in a low voice, "That's good. I will wait for you to come back." Zhuowen's eyes showed a trace of hesitation. He turned around and faced Moyan Wushang in front of him. He found that the corners of Moyan Wushang's eyes had unknowingly welled up with tears. Bang! Suddenly, Zhuowen felt a fragrant wind. Then, Moyan Wushang threw herself into his arms. "You must come back. We are all waiting for you here." A young and inexperienced voice slowly sounded beside Zhuowen's ear. Soon after, the fragrant wind suddenly left his embrace. Zhuowen silently looked at Moyan Wushang, who left. His eyes showed a touch of sadness. In his mind, Mu Qinshue's figure appeared. "This little girl has deep feelings for you. Can't you feel it?" Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen replied with a wry smile, "I am not blind. How can I not see it? But now I just want to take my spiritual ring out of Devour's body. Let's talk about other things later. Moreover, Tai Ching is unfathomable. I can't guess what he is thinking." Xiao Hei was silent. Then, she continued, "Devour's body has escaped to the depths of the starry sky. Even Yu Qing can't find it. How can you find it? Unless you use the blood substitution pill to be reborn in the spiritual ring. But that is simply seeking your own death." Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He said, "That's what I am thinking. This time, I will follow Tai Ching to the heavenly domain of Huaxia. I will make ample preparations for my rebirth in the spiritual ring. There are countless experts in the heavenly domain of Huaxia. I am afraid that there must be many secret techniques that are much more advanced than those in the heavenly armor continent." "Secret techniques? You?" Xiao Hei seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, I plan to possess the young devourer." When the spirit ring was devoured by the young devourer, I'd already thought of this method. However, I don't have any experience in possessing a young devourer, nor have I come in contact with any secret techniques in this area. So I'm not sure. But now that I've become Tai Ching's disciple, no matter why he took me in as his disciple, I should be able to touch the top secret techniques and supernatural powers in the heavenly domain of Huaxia. Once I touch those powerful secret techniques and supernatural powers, I think that after my rebirth, I will be able to deal with Devour's body and seize it," Zhuowen said resolutely. Xiao Hei dropped her jaw in surprise. She had to admit that Zhuowen's decision was too risky. Although Devour's young body hadn't reached adulthood, it was still Devour's descendant. How could such a powerful creature be seized so easily? "Xiao Hei, don't worry. I still have Devour's heaven-devouring eye. After my rebirth, it will grow out from my glabella. At that time, with the heaven-devouring eye, I will be more confident. That's why I made this decision," said Zhuowen with a smile. "If you've made up your mind, I can't say anything." "I just hope that you will be careful," said Xiao Hei in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded, and then he said, "Xiao Hei, I'll leave Blood's Platter 5 steps on this continent for now. I'll return once I've truly seized the body of an infant and devoured it. At that time, I'll take you and the entire planet with me." Then, Zhuowen handed the blood-splashing 5 steps to Long Xiaotian, and then left the new heavenly armor star. Outside the central planet of the Long River Galaxy, Tai Ching and Yu Qing stood side by side, while Chi hovered respectfully behind them. Swoosh! A long rainbow zoomed over, revealing Zhuowen's figure. Seeing Zhuowen, Tai Ching and Yu Qing smiled. Tai Ching took out the 9-sun shuttle and said, "Let's go." We've settled your fellows. It's time to return to the heaven territory with us. Zhuo nodded and then got into the Nine Suns shuttle. Tai Ching then activated the Nine Suns shuttle and disappeared from the Long River Galaxy. In the cold and dark outer space, countless abandoned planets floated in the vast space. On one of the dark silver abandoned planets, a giant exotic beast was lying dormant. This exotic beast had 12 horns on its head. Its face was ferocious, and its scales had a metallic luster. At first glance, it looked like a fighting machine. This exotic beast was Devour's young body, which had sneakily escaped from the battlefield in the Heavenly Armor Star. After Devour had run away, it hadn't stopped to rest, heading deep into the starry sky. It had been several months before it stopped and rested on this abandoned star. Since Devour was born, it hadn't absorbed enough energy from the adult Devour. Therefore, its strength was extremely low, only at the demigod realm. Moreover, Devour had just gone through a great battle, so it had sustained many injuries. Therefore, it was extremely weak at this moment. Devour vigilantly observed this huge, abandoned planet. After confirming that there was no danger on this planet, it kept digging its claws on the surface of the planet, gradually going deeper into the planet. When it reached the bottom of the abandoned planet, it dug a huge hole in the depths. Then, it lay quietly in the hole and fell into a deep sleep. Devour was a race that relied on devouring planets to obtain energy. However, in the outer space, almost all the planets were abandoned, without any energy. To Devour, these planets were like garbage, and they had no effect on its injuries. Besides, Devour's other method of recovery was to sleep. It used its sleep to reduce the consumption of energy, and the energy it saved could be used to heal its injuries. The infant Devour planned to use its deep sleep to slowly recover from its injuries. It planned to leave this abandoned star after its injuries were completely healed. Deep inside Devour's body, a blood-red skeleton-like monster was sitting cross-legged in the blood-red meat wall near its stomach. This blood-red monster wore a silver ring on its finger. Phew! The monster finally stopped wriggling. F***, luckily I, the blood immortal, am wise. The moment I fell into the monster's stomach, I immediately hid in the meat wall. Otherwise, I would have been digested by the monster. Chapter 1890. Tai Ching Immortal Realm. Originally, the infant Devour's body wasn't suitable for normal warriors to live in. Normally, warriors who were swallowed into its body would be corroded by its powerful blood energy, and planets that were swallowed into its body would be taken into another space similar to the starry sky. After the blood immortal was swallowed into the infant Devour's body, she was naturally considered as food and was sent into its stomach. Originally, the powerful blood energy in Devour's body was enough to kill most creatures. But the blood immortal was different. She cultivated blood energy, and after entering the infant Devour's body, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, but her cultivation also improved, and she directly became a sky immortal. The surging blood energy in the infant Devour's body was too suitable for the blood immortal to live in, but it was only limited to this meat wall that she found. Because the infant Devour's body was full of danger, just the acid in its stomach under the meat wall was enough to corrode the blood immortal into nothingness. And before the infant Devour fell asleep, its meat wall kept wriggling, which made the blood immortal suffer a lot. Now that the wriggling finally stopped, the blood immortal let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. How long do I have to stay in this godforsaken place? It's so lonely. The blood immortal scratched her head in irritation. Although the blood power here was indeed suitable for her to cultivate, and it also increased her cultivation speed, the blood immortal was already irritated by the fact that she could only stay in this small place for a few months. Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to keep Zhuan's spirit ring. Now that I'm in this state, it's all because of that Zhuan. The blood immortal grabbed the spirit ring on her hand and was about to throw it away, but she didn't do so in the end. Damn it, why isn't Zhuan dead yet? When he dies, he can be reborn in this spirit ring. and then I can have someone to talk to. No, I can't throw the spirit ring away. I have to let that guy feel the harsh environment inside the infant devourer's body. Putting away the spirit ring again, the blood immortal sat cross-legged in the meat wall angrily to cultivate her blood energy, and at the same time, she hoped that Zhuowen would quickly die and be reborn. Countless galaxies shuttled under the 9-sun shuttle. Zhuowen stood on the deck, silently looking at the endless galaxies below the shuttle, and he didn't have the surprise and curiosity he had in the beginning. Along the way, he had seen too many galaxies. Now, he was no longer interested in the galaxies he had passed through. However, the vastness of the heaven domain was beyond Zhuowen's. With the 9-sun shuttle, they still hadn't reached the center of the sky Taichings and the others. As for how the Grand Pure One and Jade Pure One had only spent a short amount of time to reach outer space, it was naturally because they had used warp with all their strength. Was Taiyan Yuqing and Yuqing was Yu. This Yuand and Yu was that too, in Yu to was Yu, was in Yu spaces and Yudo to used to Yu, to Yu to Yut. TS to Estijuan lifted his eyelids and suddenly saw 3 enormous star regions in front of the 9-sun shuttle in the distance. These 3 star domains were made up of countless galaxies, and this scene shocked Zhuowen. Along the way, he saw only individual galaxies. Moreover, there was a considerable distance between each galaxy. However, the 3 star domains in front of him were different. Each star domain was made up of distinct galaxies, and countless stars twinkled, embellishing the complexity and uniqueness of these star domains. These 3 star domains had different appearances, and one of them was made up of countless galaxies that formed the shape of a huge heavenly palace. This huge heavenly palace emitted an unimaginable pressure. Another star domain was completely red, and most of the stars in this star domain were stars that emitted terrifying heat. Compared to the terrifying number of stars, there were far fewer planets with life in this star field. They only took up about 1/3 of the total star field. Moreover, when these star systems were grouped together, their shape was like a crimson land. On this crimson land, flames burned endlessly. The last star domain was made up of countless galaxies made up of planets with life. Its appearance was like fog, as if it was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a paradise on Earth, beautiful and magnificent. These 3 star domains looked like they were put together, but they weren't. They were arranged in a triangle in 3 directions and complemented each other. Zhuowen looked at these 3 star domains in shock, and his heart pounded. It was his first time seeing such a majestic star domain. Taiching glanced at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Zhuowen, these 3 star domains are where the 3 pure ones of Taoism are. The huge heavenly palace is called the Qingwei Heavenly Palace, and it's the territory of Yuqing. And that star region that is like a barren land is the territory of the Prime Clear. It is called the Prime Clear Barren Land. The Prime Clear is obsessed with refining weapons, so there are many kinds of stars in their territory. They use the powerful heat of the stars to forge powerful weapons. As for the last star domain, it's where I live, and it's called the Taiching Celestial Realm." Only when he heard this did Zhuowen find out that these 3 regions were actually the residences of the Sky Dao sect, Jade Dao sect, and the Prime Dao sect that he'd never met. Zhuowen had heard about the 3 pure ones in legends in his previous life. The 3 pure ones were the ancestors of Taoism, and they were the Yuqing Yuanshi Heavenly Lord, the Taiching Dao Heavenly Lord, and the Shanqing Lingbao Heavenly Lord. It could be said that the 3 pure ones were extremely famous on Earth in his previous life, and they were once crowned as supreme gods by the ancients. Now, Zhuowen saw the Yuqing and Taiching of the 3 pure ones with his own eyes. It could be said that this was unbelievable in his previous life, but now, Zhuowen's heart was as still as water, and he was neither sad nor happy. "Master, I want to go to my previous life's hometown, Earth, and take a look." Zhuowen suddenly looked at Taiching. Taiching took a deep look at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Zhuowen, although I was the one who facilitated your transmigration, your death wasn't caused by me. It can only be said that you happened to have the Fushi cauldron at that time, and you were hunted to death. At that time, I happen to need a candidate, so I transferred your soul to the heavenly armor continent. Zhuowen looked at Tai Ching in surprise. Based on his understanding of Tai Ching rarely explained what he did, but this guy actually took the initiative to explain to Zhuowen, which really puzzled Yuqing. Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, "Master, don't worry. I know this. I'm returning to Earth this time to see my old friends and family from my previous life, to resolve my final remnant thoughts, and also to take revenge for my previous life's murder, so that my mind can be clear." Tai Ching was silent for a moment. Then he frowned and said, "Earth is a mortal world under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia continent. Other than the manager of the mortal world, other cultivators are not allowed to enter. I know Master will definitely have a way." Zhuowen stared at Tai Ching. Earth and its companion, the Huaxia continent, are in my Tai Ching Wonderland star field. If you want to enter Earth to resolve your remnant thoughts, it's not impossible, but before that, I need to discuss something with you." Tai Ching suddenly said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he felt a little uneasy. He asked, "What is it?" Tai Ching smiled mysteriously and said, "We'll talk about this when you return from Earth." Then, Tai Ching looked at Yuqing and said, "Yuqing, do you want to come to my Tai Ching Wonderland?" I couldn't ask for more. Yuqing laughed. Tai Ching nodded and said, "Then let's enter the Tai Ching Wonderland first." "Zhuowen, are you going to Earth now?" Zhuowen still nodded. Tai Ching didn't waste any time and led the way. Under the Nine Suns shuttle's guidance, the group instantly entered the Tai Ching Wonderland. The Nine Suns shuttle was extremely fast, and they instantly arrived at a planet that looked like a blue gem. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the blue planet, and he was slightly moved, but he quickly regained his composure. Then his eyes turned slightly and landed on a continent that was floating above Earth. When he first comprehended the Tao will, his divine consciousness had descended to Earth when he traced the origin. At that time, his cultivation wasn't high, so he couldn't see through the restriction on the surface of the Huaxia continent. But now his cultivation had reached the early stage of the heavenly god realm, so he could easily see the Huaxia continent. Whoosh! The moment the Nine Suns shuttle arrived outside Earth, countless sword lights suddenly swept out from the Huaxia continent. Upon closer inspection, these sword lights were actually a group of cultivators flying over on flying swords. At the head of this group of cultivators was an old man with white hair and beard. Among this group of cultivators, Zhuowen even saw the middle-aged man in white who was flying on a sword when his divine consciousness descended to Earth. This middle-aged man followed behind him respectfully. Although he also saw Zhuowen, he didn't recognize Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen had only descended with his divine consciousness, and he hadn't arrived on Earth himself. How could this middle-aged man recognize Zhuowen? Sect Master of Mount Buzhou, Yu Zhe, greets Supremacy Tai Ching and Supremacy Yuqing. The white-haired old man came forward, bowed, and said loudly. Many of the cultivators behind the old man also paid their respects to Tai Ching and Yuqing. Tai Ching nodded slightly, then pointed at Zhuowen beside him and said, "Yu Zhe, this is my disciple, Zhuowen. He has some matters to take care of on Earth. I hope you can let him in for a while." Yu Zhe frowned slightly. He glanced at Zhuowen, who was beside Tai Ching, with a serious look in his eyes. Being able to become the disciple of an existence like Tai Ching, he naturally did not dare to be careless, but he soon looked troubled. "Supremacy, your disciple is already a heavenly god. If he enters Earth with such a cultivation, he'll be devoured by the laws of Earth. He's not recognized by Earth," Yu Zhe said in a deep voice. Chapter 1891. A son wants to raise. This clone of mine should be qualified to enter Earth, right? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Yu Zhe frowned, but he still nodded in the end. This clone of yours is qualified, but there are differences between mortals and immortals. Even this clone of yours is too powerful for mortals, so once you enter Earth, you can't do as you please. Otherwise, our Huaxia continent will step in to stop you. Zhuowen nodded. I'm only going to Earth to resolve my lingering thoughts. Also, I want to destroy an organization. I hope Sect Master Yuze will allow me to do so. An organization? Yuze frowned. What kind of organization? I only know that this organization is called the Fog Organization back on Earth. Back then, I was an Earthling, but I was killed by the Fog Organization's assassins. Zhuan stopped abruptly. He knew that there were some things that didn't need to be said too clearly. He had already stated his purpose, so Yuze should be able to understand. Although Yuze was a little confused as to why Zhuan's previous life was an Earthling, he couldn't say anything since he had already stated his reason. After all, Zhuan had the backing of the Taiching sect, the ruler of the Sky Domain. Even if he didn't agree, he could only make an exception this once. Thinking of this, Yuze said to a middle-aged man behind him, Konggu, you've always been in charge of Earth. Do you know of the Fog Organization on Earth? The middle-aged man, called Konggu, was the cultivator on a flying sword that Zhuan had met when his consciousness descended on Earth. When he heard Yuze's question, he quickly came before Yuze and said in a deep voice, there is such an organization, and this organization has done many shady things on Earth. However, due to the differences between mortals and immortals, this disciple has never bothered with them. Hearing this, Yuze understood why Zhuan wanted to eliminate this organization. He nodded and said to Zhuan, Young Master Zhuan, we allow you to deal with the Fog Organization, but I hope you won't harm the innocent. There's one more thing. You can't stay on Earth for more than 3 days. Once 3 days have passed, you must leave. I understand. Zhuan nodded. Konggu, take young Master Zhua to Earth, Yuze instructed. Soon after, Konggu cupped his fists toward Zhuan and said, Young Master Zhua, please follow me. With that, Konggu turned into a stream of light and entered Earth. Zhuan's clone followed closely behind. Master, can you wait for 3 days? On the Nine Suns shuttle, Zhuan's main body said to Taiching beside him. Tyran smiled faintly and said, It's only 3 days. I'll wait with you. After Zhuan expressed his gratitude, he sat down cross-legged on the deck of the Nine Sun shuttle. As for Yuze and the others, they stood outside the Nine Sun shuttle respectfully. Without Taiching's permission, they didn't dare to leave. In the blue sky, 2 shadows instantly cut through the void and landed in the clouds. Zhuan looked down at the countless skyscrapers below with nostalgia in his eyes. He had lived on the heavenly armor continent for more than 10 years. In other words, more than 10 years had passed on Earth. Brother Kong, I hope you can help me find the base of the Dense Fog Organization. I still have some matters to attend to. Once you find the base of the Dense Fog Organization, you can inform me. With that, Zhuan cupped his fist towards Konggu and left silently, entering the continent below the clouds. Konggu looked at Zhuan's back in confusion and muttered, This person gives me a very familiar feeling. It's as if I've seen him somewhere before. But when I think about it carefully, I can't remember where. Forget it. Maybe it's just my imagination. I'll go look for the Dense Fog Organization first. They change their base frequently. Although I noticed this organization back then, I didn't pay much attention to it. Now, I need to investigate it seriously. With that, Konggu stepped on his sword and disappeared into the clouds. Zhuan slowly made his way through the bustling streets. He was like a lonely traveler, out of tune with this busy world. Zhuan's powerful divine senses swept across the entire continent. In his divine senses, he discovered many familiar faces from his previous life. All of them were already middle-aged, and the children were already over 10 years old. Zhuan smiled, but he did not take the initiative to greet these familiar faces from his previous life, nor did he disturb their lives. He knew very well that these people had completely forgotten Zhuan after more than 10 years. There was no need for him to appear in their lives. Zhuan kicked off with his right foot and disappeared from the bustling streets. When he reappeared, he was already in a seaside town. Feeling the salty sea breeze, Zhuan revealed a trace of warmth on his face. His gaze followed the sea breeze and fell on an extremely inconspicuous house in the town. For the first time, there was a trace of change in his gaze. Within this change, there was a trace of deep guilt. Zhuan landed on the roof of the house and looked at the couple drying fish in the courtyard. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat. The couple's hair was already graying, and their waists were hunched. Traces of wrinkles had appeared on their faces due to the passage of time. Juan quietly looked at the couple for a very long time. Finally, after the couple finished drying the fish, they leaned against each other and wanted to enter the house. The woman, who was over 50 years old, seemed to sense something. She raised her head and looked at the roof of the house. Her eyes met with Juan's. At this moment, Juan's pupils constricted to the extreme. His heart pounded rapidly, and the guilt in his eyes became even more intense. He choked with sobs as he called out softly, "Mother, Roashio, what's wrong?" The hunchman looked at the roof that the woman was looking at with some surprise. When he realized that there was nothing on the roof, his eyes were filled with confusion. Tears flowed from the corner of the woman's eyes. She choked with sobs and said, I think I saw one just now. Arwinder, the man hugged the woman tightly in his arms and gently patted her back. He sighed and said, "Ruashu, when died more than 10 years ago. Don't think too much about it. Boo-hoo, Winner's death was not worth it. Even now, we still don't know who the murderer is. The police are also vague about Winner's death. Perhaps the murderer is still at large. Thinking of this, my heart hurts." The woman leaned on the man's chest and choked with sobs. In the corner of the house, Juan quietly leaned against the wall. He listened to the conversation between the woman and the man. His eyes suddenly turned red, and the sourness in his nose became even more intense. A trace of pain and helplessness rose in his heart. In this world, perhaps only my parents still miss me and miss me. But my identity is already dead. Thinking back to how his soul was used by Tai Ching to travel to the heavenly armor continent after his death, Juan realized that his identity on Earth was already a dead person. A child wants to raise, but his parents are no longer around. Juan slowly raised his head and stared at the blue sky. He said firmly, "But I don't want this to happen. I hope that I can fulfill my last filial duty." A powerful space-time power surged out of Juan's body. Then, this space-time power enveloped the small town. At this moment, the entire town seemed to have fallen into a torrent of time. Beside the Nine-Sun shuttle, Yuze sensed something and said with a gloomy expression, "Young Master Zhua, you're actually using the law of time in the mortal world? I only need to reverse 50 years of time. After 50 years, I will restore the time of that town." Zhuan's original body said calmly. Yuze frowned and looked at Tai Ching. He saw Tai Ching smiling but didn't say anything. Yuze could only sigh and remain silent. "Damn, I'm back. I've graduated from university and I've brought my girlfriend. Dad, Mom, let me support this family in the future. You've worked hard for the past 20 years. Enjoy your old age. Dad, Mom, I'm married. How about I give birth to a fair and clean grandson for you? Dad, Mom, your grandson is grown up. I'll take good care of you in the future. Dad, Mom." Time reversed and moved forward again. The events of more than a decade ago seemed to be reconstructed. Juan was like a bystander, quietly watching everything that had happened in the past 50 years. He saw the peaceful smiles on his parents' faces. Everything was so harmonious. In the end, Juan knelt in front of the 2 tombstones and kowtowed heavily. His body trembled uncontrollably as he sobbed. After kowtowing 3 times, time slowly reversed and returned to the scene of the woman and the man leaning against each other in the courtyard. "Ruashua, I seem to have had a dream just now. I dreamed that when came back, he even got married and gave birth to a grandson for us." The man suddenly trembled emotionally. The woman's face flushed red. She nodded heavily and said, "I dreamed about it too. I'm sure I saw one just now. He must have told us in the dream to complete what he couldn't do back then. It must have been Winner." With that, the woman knelt on the ground. The man followed suit. The 2 of them put their palms together and silently prayed for Juan in their hearts. Juan slowly rose into the air. With a wave of his sleeve, a gentle energy silently flowed into the woman and the man's bodies. This energy could completely improve their bodies and heal all their hidden injuries. If there were no accidents, the woman and the man would have no problem living until they were 100 years old. Moreover, Zhuan had also changed their fortunes. At least for the rest of their lives, the two of them would be healthy. Although they wouldn't be rich, they would at least live a well-off life in the future. Father, mother, I'm unfilial. This is all I can do for you now. Zhuan slowly rose into the air. He quietly looked at the two figures that were getting smaller and smaller. The corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. Brother Zhua, you're no longer people of the same world as them. The lifespan of mortals is only a few decades. Most of them can't live past 100 years. They're destined to leave you. This is the law of nature. It's also the difference between immortals and mortals in our Huaxiao mainland. A sword light swept over. Kongge landed not far from Zhuan on his sword. He naturally saw everything that Zhuan had done and sighed with emotion. Brother Kong, how long have you been cultivating? Zhuan suddenly looked at Kongge and asked. Chapter 1892. Comprehending Tao, Intention fell silent. He suddenly realized that cultivation itself was actually very cruel. When you continuously cultivated in pursuit of that unreachable peak, you would actually realize that you had lost a lot of things in the process. Cultivation knew no time. Once you stepped onto the path of cultivation, it was actually just a drop in the ocean. To cultivators, it was really insignificant. It was just a short moment on their path of cultivation. Zhuan's cultivation time was really too short, so he didn't have such a deep understanding. However, now that he had returned to Earth, he saw his old friends from his previous life. He realized that these old friends were gradually aging, and he also saw his parents' gray hair and wrinkled faces. This was the natural law of the mortal world that he had never experienced in the heavenly armor continent. The path of cultivation has always been lonely. Brother Zhua, have you seen through it? Are you still bound by these emotions? Whether or not you are bound by them, you must remember that there is a difference between immortals and mortals. You have already reversed 50 years with the law of time. You have already fulfilled your filial duty. If you continue to accompany them, it will only cause you more pain. Kongge sighed softly. Zhuan closed his eyes slightly. Then, with a flick of his finger, two spots of light entered the heads of the woman and the man below. Then, the woman and the man's eyes revealed a blank expression. Father, mother, you shouldn't be immersed in the pain of the past and forget this unfilial son of yours. After saying that, Zhuan slowly closed his eyes. After completely erasing the memories of his parents from his previous life, his state of mind reached an unprecedented height at this moment. A shapeless ripple slowly stretched out from within Zhuan's body. Kongge seemed to have noticed something, and he had an expression as if he'd seen a ghost as he stared at Zhuan before him and muttered in a low voice. This wouldn't be Tao insight, right? Brother Zhua is comprehending Tao intent? At this moment, in the 9-sun shuttle outside of Earth, Zhuan's original body, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the deck, suddenly opened his eyes. Extremely terrifying ripples burst forth from his eyes. It wasn't just his eyes. All the acupoints in his body opened. Waves of terrifying and mysterious ripples spread out. This ripple was truly too terrifying. It actually affected the 9-sun shuttle, causing it to violently tremble. Not only that, but the dozens of cultivators outside of the 9-sun shuttle who were flying on the sword led by Yuzhe were also affected by this ripple. They almost couldn't control of their flying swords. Tao intent? This kid is comprehending Tao intent again? Could it be? Yu Qing's pupils shrank as she muttered. Not only Yu Qing, Tai Qing's. From Tai Qing. From his originally. From Tai Qing's, he was from Tai Qing. From Tai Qing, translation. From Yu's, translation. As for Yuzhe, he was even dumbstruck. He'd already sensed the energy of this Tao insight, and he knew that this kid was comprehending Tao insight. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of the Tao insight one had comprehended, it was at least a 4th level Tao insight. So long as it was a cultivator of the Hua, Xia Sky region, they all knew that Dao insights were divided into 9 levels. A first-level Dao insight was extremely difficult for most cultivators, let alone a 4th-level Dao insight. It could be said that amongst the countless geniuses in Hua Xia, it was rare to be able to comprehend 4th-level Dao intent. Because the difference between 3rd-level Dao intent and 4th-level Dao intent was actually quite big. The first 3 levels were elementary Dao intents, and once one reached the 4th level, it would be intermediate level Dao intent. Yuzhe finally knew why Tai Ching would take this kid as his disciple. Since he was able to comprehend 4th level Dao intent, this kid's comprehension ability was ranked at the top in the entire Huaxia. Taking this kid as my disciple was indeed the right choice. Tai Ching revealed a rare expression of joy as he exchanged glances with Yu Qing. On Earth, Zhuowen's spiritual force clone slowly opened its eyes. At the instant his mental state improved, he'd indeed touched upon the 4th level of the Dao Insight realm. However, Zhuowen's main body immediately cut off the connection with his clone. His main body comprehended the 4th level Dao intent by himself, whereas his clone prepared to complete the last thing on Earth. Zhuowen said to Kong Gu, who was beside him, "Brother Kong, you found the Mist Organization's base, right?" "Yes. It's deep underground in a rainforest at the border between Huaxia and Southeast Asia. I intentionally used my divine sense to scan the area earlier, and only then was I able to discover the organization's base. Since you want to annihilate the Mist Organization, then try your best to minimize the commotion and don't involve other ordinary people," said Kong Gu. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this, and then his divine sense spread out like a ripple and instantly flashed to the location Kong Gu spoke of. "I'll go take a look first. I'll try my best to avoid harming the innocent. Moreover, the Mist Organization's location is so remote. As long as I'm careful, I won't make too much of a commotion." As Zhuowen spoke, he vanished on the spot. Within the dense rainforest, the sun was scorching, and the lush green forest was filled with all sorts of dangers. Perhaps a sudden appearance of a venomous snake could take a person's life, or a hidden swamp could cause a person to sink deep and die. Within the rainforest, a group of people advanced with extreme agility. This group of people moved in unison, and their actions were simple and concise. With a single glance, one could tell that they were well-trained soldiers. There were a total of 9 people in this group, and all of them wore camouflage uniforms as if they were forest killers. The leader of the 9 people was a voluptuous woman who was around 26 or 27 years old. She had a curvaceous figure and was extremely hot. This person was like a vigorous little cheetah running in the dense forest, and she was filled with a sexy and wild beauty. "Leader, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to rashly barge into this place, right? If this is really the Mist Organization's base, then wouldn't the 9 of us be like lambs entering a tiger's den?" A tall man who followed closely behind the voluptuous woman said worriedly. The voluptuous woman stopped, and her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. She coldly glanced at the 8 people behind her and said indifferently, "If any of you are afraid, you can leave now. I, Ruoshi, won't stop you. You also know the thoughts of those old-fashioned people above. If we can't be 100% sure that this is the Mist Organization's base, and if we can convince them, they won't send a large number of troops to investigate. In the end, they will just leave it unsettled. The Mist Organization has been running amok and tyrannical for many years, and they have done all kinds of heartless things. Today, I must thoroughly investigate their base and put an end to the evil deeds of the Mist Organization." After the voluptuous woman finished speaking, she stomped her foot and continued to rush toward the depths of the rainforest. Her speed did not decrease, but increased instead. The 8 people behind her looked at each other in dismay. In the end, the tall man gritted his teeth and said, "Follow her. I don't feel at ease if I go alone." After saying that, the group of 8 people rushed out as fast as shuttles. Seeing the 8 people following her, the voluptuous woman named Ruo, she's cherry lips revealed a faint smile. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, countless black shadows appeared in front of the 9 people. Ruashi's beautiful eyes flickered as she shouted, "Everyone be careful!" After saying that, she lowered her head and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the black shadow in front of her. However, even though Ruashi was agile, it did not mean that the 8 people behind her were equally agile. Among them, 5 of them were unable to react in time and were stabbed by the black shadows, causing them to scream miserably. As for the remaining 3, their arms were slashed by the black shadows. Bang, bang, bang. Only then did Ruashi notice that these black shadows were actually black 5-star darts. Furthermore, these 5-star darts had a silver ball attached to their surface. Not good. This is an explosive dart. Quickly dodge. Ruashi shouted again. Then, she ordered the 3 people beside her to retreat dozens of meters. Rumble. The moment the 4 of them retreated, the 5 people who were hit by the darts exploded one after another. Not even their bones remained. Seeing the miserable state of the 5 people, Ruashi and the other 3 survivors all showed grief and indignation. Flying Tiger Team leader Ruashi, I really don't know where you get your courage from. You dare to enter this rainforest with only 9 people? You're simply courting death. A sinister voice came from the front of the rainforest. Then, to Ruashi's despair, she realized that there were nearly 100 figures in the bushes in front of her. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man in black camouflage clothes. The middle-aged man carefully sized up Ruashi's hot figure. His eyes revealed a perverted look as he continued, "Desserts really came to my door. When the time comes, everyone will have a share." As soon as the man finished speaking, the people behind him laughed wantonly. Ruashi's pretty face turned green and white. She was not a naive girl. Naturally, she could hear the middle-aged man's implied meaning. "Boss, what should we do? This is definitely the base of the Fog organization. Otherwise, it's impossible for so many people to appear here. But I'm afraid we can't escape." The injured tall man said anxiously. Ruashi was also somewhat at a loss. She did not expect to be ambushed as soon as she entered the rainforest. "Sigh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Ruashi turned her head and looked at the 3 injured men. Her beautiful eyes were full of shame. Then, she took out a palm-sized grenade from her waist. Just as Ruashi was about to detonate the grenade, a terrifying sonic boom suddenly came from the sky. Bang! When the sonic boom reached its peak, a figure suddenly fell in front of the middle-aged man and his group. Ruashi's pupils shrunk as she stared at the figure in shock. She realized that this person seemed to have fallen from the sky. He actually didn't die from the fall. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man slightly knitted his brows and asked the figure in a probing manner. After all, this person fell from the sky. He could tell at a glance that he was not simple. Zhuan glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and the people behind him. He said indifferently, "Are you people from the Fog organization? Is this the base of the Fog organization?" The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He knew that this person did not come with good intentions. He immediately took out an AK-47 and fired at Zhuan. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. "Watch out!" Ruashi suddenly shouted. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, she was shocked to find that the AK-47 in the middle-aged man's hand had shattered into pieces. "What?" The middle-aged man's mouth was wide open in disbelief. Bang! 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 However, before the middle-aged man could react, nearly 100 people behind him all exploded. Blood splashed into the sky and turned into a terrifying blood mist. Plop! The middle-aged man directly knelt on the ground. Smelling the thick smell of blood in the air, he couldn't help but scream, "What the hell are you?" He knew very well that someone who could possess such power was definitely not a human. That was why he asked, "Take me to the base." Zhuan waved his right hand and grabbed the middle-aged man. His eyes were cold. "Don't kill me. I'll take you there." Chapter 1893. Hall of Morals will win. couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person. He pressed his right hand on the man's head and began to search through his memories. As he searched through the man's memories, Zhuowen's expression became more and more unsightly. Boundless killing intent even rose in his eyes. He saw countless dark scenes in the man's memories. Not only were there the operations of the dense fog organization, but there were also the middle-aged man's evil deeds. This man had committed all kinds of crimes, and his hands were stained with the blood of nearly 1,000 innocent people. Although Zhuowen had also killed people, he only killed people who deserved to be killed. He would never implicate the innocent. However, the people he killed were mostly weak civilians, and he took pleasure in it. The evil deeds of the dense fog organization were even more outrageous. Other than assassinations and collecting national treasures, they even sold human organs and abducted children. Bang! Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the middle-aged man exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Meanwhile, Zhuowen rushed toward the dense fog organization's base in the depths of the rainforest. After obtaining the middle-aged man's memories and recalling how the dense fog organization had killed him for no reason, Zhuowen was filled with a monstrous killing intent toward the dense fog organization. Soon, Zhuowen arrived above an ordinary hill. He stared at the hill. According to the middle-aged man's memories, the base of the hill was the dense fog organization's base, and the important higher-ups and leaders of the organization were hidden inside. Disappear. Zhuowen tapped the air with his right hand. Instantly, the power of the devouring curse was unleashed. Then it turned into an invisible hand that grabbed the hill and the dense fog organization's base in the air. How'd he do that? In the rainforest, Ruoxin and the three people beside her stared blankly at this scene. Their bodies stiffened. This scene would be forever imprinted in their minds. It would probably be difficult to get rid of it for the rest of their lives. Rumble. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the hill exploded into nothingness. Even the dense fog organization's base disappeared completely. After doing all that, Zhuowen disappeared from this place. Was it an illusion? Ruoxin looked at the disappearing hill and Zhuowen and muttered in a low voice. But soon, Ruoxin heard a majestic voice in her mind. The dense fog organization's main base has been destroyed. There are still several branches in Southeast Asia and China. This is the map of the branches. It's enough to convince your superiors to send troops to destroy these branches. As soon as he finished speaking, she discovered that several map images had appeared in her mind. These images were labeled with the addresses of the other branches of the fog organization. It wasn't an illusion. Then who was that person? When she recalled the figure who had destroyed the dense fog's base with a wave of his hand, a sense of melancholy arose in Rahi's heart. Above the clouds, Kong Ge's and Ruoxin is translation. Is translation. Is translation is of translation is translation to translation is translation is translation in his translation. Back then, he had vaguely seen the evil deeds of the dense fog organization. To be honest, if it were not for the rules of the Huaxia continent, he would have taken action long ago. Now that Zhuowen was able to destroy the dense fog organization's base, Ruoxin translation felt relieved. After all, the dense fog organization was only an organization of mortals in the mortal world. Generally speaking, the experts of Huaxia continent were not allowed to intervene in this kind of matter. No matter how crazy the dense fog organization was, it was still a matter of the mortal world. Unfortunately, Tai Ching appeared and allowed Zhuowen to enter Earth and destroy the dense fog organization in one fell swoop. It could be said that he had made an exception for once. No matter how powerful the dense fog organization was, in front of a terrifying expert like Zhuowen, they were like ants. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand. Brother Kong, let's go. Zhuowen rushed to Kong Gu and cupped his fists. Kong Gu nodded. Then, the two of them turned into two streams of light, broke through the sky, and rushed out of Earth's surface in an instant. On the Nine-Sun shuttle, Tai Ching looked indifferently at the two figures rushing over and said with a smile, You're quite fast. It's only been a day, and you're already back." As he spoke, Zhuowen's spiritual energy clone rushed into the Nine Suns shuttle and landed not far away from his main body. At this moment, his main body was comprehending the fourth level of Tao meaning. Naturally, Zhuowen's clone would not disturb him. Tai Ching and Yu Qing would not disturb him, let alone Yuza and the others. Time gradually passed. In a flash, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Zhuowen had been sitting cross-legged on the deck. Tai Ching and Yu Qing were not in a hurry at all. They silently waited for Zhuowen to finish comprehending. After the incident on Earth, this kid's mental state has improved a lot. However, it's still a bit difficult for him to comprehend the fourth level of Tao meaning. Yu Qing's eyes were like torches. He immediately saw Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, with a pained expression on his face. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, as if he was struggling with something. His mental state is still not enough. He can't overcome the remaining inner demons. Let me lend him a hand. Tai Ching's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he pointed his right finger at Zhuowen's forehead. A stream of purple energy rushed from his sword finger into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. After a while, the struggling expression on Zhuowen's face gradually calmed down. Moreover, it became much more peaceful. It was also at this moment that the Tao meaning around Zhuowen reached its peak. In the end, it underwent a qualitative change. During the process of the Tao meaning's qualitative change, the surrounding starry sky actually intertwined and distorted. The expressions of Yuza and the others, who stopped not far away from the Nine Suns shuttle, changed slightly. They all flew away from the intertwined and distorted starry sky and looked at the Nine Suns shuttle from afar. Purple intent. Looks like this kid has completely transformed his third level Tao meaning into a fourth level Tao meaning. What an unbelievable kid. Yu Qing couldn't help but smile as he looked at the purple ripples in the surroundings. The formless ripples that originally filled Zhuowen's surroundings had completely changed. They were no longer transparent, and they were instead like purple energy. They coiled around Zhuowen and revolved around Zhuowen, causing him to seem mysterious and distant. After a Tao meaning attained the fourth level, it would undergo a qualitative change. The most direct manifestation of this qualitative change was that the formless ripples would form strands of purple intent. This strand of purple intent seemed like qi, yet wasn't qi, and it was extremely peculiar. Zhuowen slowly stood up and cupped his fists towards Tai Ching. "Thank you, Master." When he was comprehending the fourth level Tao meaning, he was indeed troubled by his inner demons. In the end, if it wasn't for Tai Ching's help, it was very likely that he would have failed to comprehend it. It was even to the extent that he might have suffered a backlash from the fourth level Tao meaning. So, he was rather grateful towards Tai Ching for lending a hand earlier. The corners of Tai Ching's mouth held a smile as he said, "Now, you should follow me into the Tai Ching immortal realm, right?" Zhuowen nodded and remained silent. When Tai Ching saw this, he nodded towards Yuze, and then he steered the Nine Suns shuttle and transformed into a long streak of light that left Earth. The core of the Tai Ching immortal realm was actually an incomparably enormous continent. This continent was so large that it was practically as large as an ordinary galaxy. This continent was enshrouded in a hazy mist. Moreover, within this mist, one could frequently see red-crowned cranes soaring in the sky, cheetahs stepping on clouds, dragons coiling around, and auspicious beasts howling. It was a magnificent sight and charm of an immortal realm. This is the true core of the Tai Ching immortal realm, and it's also where I live. Tai Ching stood at the bow of the Nine Suns shuttle and pointed at the magnificent continent that resembled an immortal realm as he smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen silently looked at the enormous continent, and a trace of shock rose in his heart. Before he could react, the Nine Suns shuttle had already entered the continent, and then he felt an extremely dense, immortal qi rush towards him. This immortal qi was much denser than the one deep under the heavenly armor planet. and even denser than any galaxy he had seen along the way. Just taking a breath made him feel comfortable and relaxed. The moment the Nine Suns shuttle entered the continent, the clouds above the continent churned, and red-crowned cranes opened a path on both sides of the Nine Sun shuttle, as if riding on the clouds. Countless beings on the continent all looked up, and their eyes were filled with reverence as they watched the Nine Suns shuttle fly past them. In the Tai Ching immortal realm, there was no one who did not recognize the Nine Sun shuttle, because this Nine Sun shuttle was the mount of the Tai Ching immortal realm's master, Tai Ching. Soon, the Nine Suns shuttle landed in front of Mountain Gate. This Mountain Gate was extremely magnificent, and it was made of crystal-clear white jade. In front of the Mountain Gate, two disciples in fluttering white robes stood respectfully. "Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Supremacy Yuqing." The two white-robed disciples bowed and respectfully cupped their hands towards Tai Ching and Yuqing. At the same time, they secretly sized up Zhuowen, who was standing beside Tai Ching, and wondered about Zhuowen's identity. Tai Ching nodded slightly, but he had no intention of introducing Zhuowen. He put away the Nine Suns shuttle and led Zhuowen and Yuqing towards the mountain. This mountain was extremely tall, and on the surface of the mountain, there were many buildings that were embedded in the mountain. Tai Ching and the other two climbed to the highest point of the mountain, and on the peak of the mountain sat a large hall. This hall was called the Hall of Virtue, and it was also the hall where Tai Ching lived. With Tai Ching's status, Zhuowen originally thought that there would be many maids and servants in the hall, but he did not expect this hall to be exceptionally cold and cheerless. After passing through the empty door, there was a rather vast courtyard, and in the center of the courtyard stood a huge pill furnace. On the surface of the pill furnace, there was an image of a black and white fish, and, at a glance, it gave off a cryptic and mysterious feeling. When Tai Ching brought Zhuowen and Yuqing to the courtyard where the pill furnace stood, the inside of the hall in front of the courtyard suddenly emitted an illusory, immortal mist. This immortal mist kept changing, and in the end, it spread on the floor of the hall, forming a dense carpet of immortal qi. Walking along the carpet, a graceful young girl in a green dress walked out from within the hall. Her hair was like a waterfall that fluttered in the wind, and her exquisite and peerlessly beautiful face was like a piece of jade that had been carefully carved. When her hair fluttered in the wind, it added a sense of hazy spirituality, as if she was a fairy in a dream. Chapter 1894. Waxing and waning at the instant he saw this young woman, Zhuowen suddenly recalled the line, "This song should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one hear it in the mortal world?" Even though this young woman before him wasn't a song, the overflowing immortal aura she revealed could be used in this poem. It could be said that this woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one see it in the mortal world? It could be said that this woman's entire body revealed an indistinct immortal aura, and she was like a sparkling and translucent lotus that could only be admired from afar and not touched. Lianmeng greets Master and martial Uncle Yuqing. The young woman walked slowly to the side of the pill furnace and bowed respectfully to Yuqing and Yuqing. At the same time, her beautiful eyes sized up Zhuowen, who stood by Yuqing's side. "Hee, little girl, you've already grown so big in the blink of an eye. Time really passes quickly." Yuqing chuckled as he walked towards Lianmeng, and his right hand intended to touch Lianmeng's head. Lianmeng wrinkled her beautiful nose and took a step with her right foot, yet she took a miraculous step and just happened to dodge Yuqing's right hand. Zhuowen's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw all of this. Yuqing's hand wasn't simple, and it contained a rather powerful law. If it was him, Zhuowen, then he would have to use a 4th-level Dao insight to dodge this hand. However, this young woman before him actually dodged Yuqing's hand so easily. Looks like this young woman isn't simple. "Yuqing, don't mess around. Lianmeng doesn't like having her head touched by you." Yuqing stopped Yuqing, And then he arrived before Lian Ming and pointed at Zhuowen. Lian Ming, he's Zhuowen. He'll be your junior brother from now on. Lian Ming sized up Zhuowen rather curiously, and then she curled her lips and said, he's only at the initial stage of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, I see that his entire body is covered in the aura of death, and his vitality is ceaselessly flowing away. Obviously, he won't be able to live for long. Why would Master take in someone who's about to die? Zhuowen furrowed his brows as he glanced at Lian Ming. He was unable to see through Lian Ming's cultivation. Clearly, the latter's cultivation was much higher than his. However, wasn't this girl's personality a little too straightforward? Grand Pure One did not mind and smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, don't mind him. Lian Ming has been living in the Hall of Virtue since he was young. He is pure and never beats around the bush. Yu Qing also explained, Lian Ming is even younger than you. She's only 18 years old this year. Only 18 years old? Then her cultivation is... Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he asked in disbelief. He could not see through Lian Ming's cultivation. It was clearly much higher than his, but she was actually younger than him. Wasn't she too much of a genius? This little girl just advanced to true God not long ago. Of course, the reason why her cultivation is so fast is largely due to her innate immortal physique. You must know that this little girl's cultivation was at true immortal the moment she was born. Grand Pure One laughed. Zhuowen was slightly shocked. Although he did not know what this so-called innate immortal physique was, hearing that Lian Ming was at true immortal the moment she was born, he knew that this immortal physique was probably extremely rare and powerful. At this moment, Zhuowen knew that outside of the heavenly armor continent, in the boundless starry sky, there were many people who were more talented than him. Moreover, the reason why Zhuowen's cultivation rose so fast was actually due to chance and luck. Among them, his heavenly god cultivation was forcefully raised by Taoist Song Long, who sacrificed himself. Moreover, it was only temporary. Lian Ming also saw the surprise in Zhuowen's eyes, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of complacency. Lian Ming, don't be complacent. Zhuowen has comprehended level 4 Dao meaning. Although his cultivation is not as good as yours, his comprehension is much stronger than yours. Grand Pure One laughed. What? He has comprehended level 4 Dao meaning? Lian Ming's beautiful eyes squinted as she stared at Zhuowen in an extremely cute manner. She thought that she would be able to see through Zhuowen with this stare, but she was unable to see anything. All right, return to the Virtue Hall and cultivate first. I have some things to discuss with Zhuowen. Grand Pure One glanced at Lian Ming with a rather doting gaze. No, cultivating every day is truly too boring. I want to go out and play with senior sister Jinghai and the others. Lian Ming puckered her lips, and then she left the Virtue Hall eagerly. A trace of amusement arose in Zhuowen's heart as he gazed at Lian Ming's figure that left. Every single action of Lian Ming is truly too childish, and he knew that it was related to Lian Ming's young age and lack of any cruel tempering. When he thought about how he'd risked his life to cultivate for so many years, yet his cultivation was still unable to compare to this young woman that was much younger than him, Zhuowen felt rather bitter in his heart. This is truly infuriating. After Lian Ming left the Virtue Hall, Grand Pure One brought Zhuowen into the hall, whereas Yu Qing was sent away by Grand Pure One. Within the dim hall, Grand Pure One had his hands behind his back as he silently gazed at the enormous stone statue before the hall. Zhuowen stood silently behind him in silence. Zhuowen, you must be very puzzled. I clearly know that your vitality is ceaselessly flowing away and you're dead for sure, yet I still took you as my disciple, right? Grand Pure One spoke abruptly, and his flat voice slowly reverberated within the hall. Zhuowen gazed calmly at Grand Pure One's figure, yet he didn't answer and still maintained a silence. You ought to have suspected that I probably have another objective for taking you as my disciple, right? Grand Pure One slowly turned around and stared calmly at Zhuowen, before he continued. Could it be that you don't have anything to say? Zhuowen raised his head slightly and gazed into Grand Pure One's eyes as he smiled faintly. Master, I'm already endlessly grateful that you've helped me settle down the people of Heavenly Armor Continent. If there's anything you want me to do, I'll do it without hesitation. Grand Pure One's gaze became complicated as he nodded lightly and sighed. Zhuowen, Tao Intent was created by me. It can increase a cultivator's overall strength, and it can be said to be an extremely powerful support force. Although Tao Intent has a total of 9 levels, as the creator, I've actually only established the first 8 levels and have never been able to break through to the 9th level. At this point, a mocking smile appeared on Grand Pure One's face. Clearly, Grand Pure One was rather dissatisfied that he couldn't break through to the 9th level. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Grand Pure One, the creator of Tao Intent, to actually be unable to establish the 9th level of Tao Intent. At the same time, Zhuowen recalled that Grand Pure One had taken him in as his disciple because Zhuowen had comprehended 3 levels of Tao Intent. He knew that this was definitely inseparable from Tao Intent. Zhuowen didn't answer. He gazed silently at Grand Pure One because he knew Grand Pure One hadn't finished speaking. Grand Pure One continued. For the sake of establishing the 9th level of Tao Intent, I've tried many methods, but they were still useless. However, in the end, I found a rather extreme method, and it required me to completely observe the concept of the 9th level of Tao Intent. Only in this way would I be able to completely comprehend the 9th level of Tao Intent. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He was slightly unable to understand Grand Pure One's words. Even Grand Pure One himself was unable to comprehend the 9th level of Tao Intent. So how would he observe the concept of the 9th level of Tao Intent? Isn't this nonsense? Grand Pure One noticed the bewilderment on Zhuowen's face as well. With a flick of his finger, countless strands of violet qi flashed out from the tip of his finger before condensing into a violet crystal above him. This violet crystal was enshrouded with misty violet qi, and it looked illusory and mysterious. Zhuowen stared at the violet crystal and instantly fell into a daze. But in next to no time, he recovered from his shock, and he stared at the violet crystal with a fearful gaze. This violet crystal is called Tao Insight Crystal, and it's a crystal that I condensed on my own after comprehending Tao Insights for countless years. It contains all my comprehensions from the first level of Tao Insight to the 8th level of Tao Insight. As he spoke, Grand Pure One passed the violet crystal to Zhuowen and said, Zhuowen, this Tao Insight Crystal contains the Tao I've comprehended. If others forcefully comprehend the 8th level Tao Insight within it, then they'll fall into a muddle-headed state and very likely lose their minds. But only geniuses that have comprehended Tao Insights are able to instantly attain the 8th level of Tao Insight after absorbing this Tao Insight Crystal. Moreover, at the instant they attain the peak of the 8th level of Tao Insight, they'll release a trace of 9th level Tao Insight, and I'm doing this for the sake of that trace of 9th level Tao Insight. Zhuowen received the violet crystal. Even though Grand Pure One spoke in an extremely obscure manner, Zhuowen was still able to discern the meaning behind Grand Pure One's words. Obviously, Grand Pure One wanted him to absorb this Tao Insight Crystal and forcefully advance his Tao Insight to the 8th level, whereas the side effect was that he might be affected by the 8th level Tao Insight and lose his mind. Zhuowen wasn't enraged, nor was he sorrowful, and he only had tranquility like an ancient well. He looked at Grand Pure One and said, Master, how much time do I have left? Grand Pure One glanced at Zhuowen and sighed lightly. You still have half a year, even though my actions are indeed slightly inappropriate. But Zhuowen waved his hand instead and said, Master, there's no need to say that. I know that Master pursues the ultimate Tao. Not to mention that this life of mine was saved by Master, so I'm extremely gratified to be able to do something for Master. When he spoke up to here, Zhuowen spoke once more. Master, is there anything in the Huaxia domain that can balance the yin and yang of the soul? Grand Pure One's eyes flickered as he said solemnly, something that can balance the yin and yang of the soul? Our Huaxia domain only has the yin-yang fish that can balance the yin and yang of the body, but we don't have anything that can balance the yin and yang of the soul. This is already something that touches the depths of the soul, and it's extremely rare. Disappointment appeared in Zhuan's eyes when he heard that. He naturally thought of Mu Chenxue when he asked this question. Back then, Elder Gu had said that Mu Chenxue's soul had used the profound soul ice crystal, causing her soul to have an excess of yin qi, causing her soul to become extremely weak. If he couldn't balance the yin and yang of the soul, he wouldn't be able to save Mu Chenxue at all. Now that the heaven domain was so vast, there were naturally many great figures who could save Mu Chenxue. However, the first and most crucial step now was to find the item that could balance the yin and yang of the soul. Even though the Huaxia domain doesn't have it, Master knows that the Dafa domain of the 8 heavens seems to have it, Grand Pure One suddenly said. Where is it? Zhuan quickly asked. True Lord of Morality and Nothingness said, there's an extremely famous perilous place in the Brahma domain. It's called yin-yang, clear moon, and waning moon. It's a lost galaxy, and every time yin-yang opens, the silhouettes of a yin moon and a yang sun will appear in its depths. Chapter 1895. Scripture Reserve Pavilion. Zhuan's gaze grew brighter and brighter like the stars. Before he asked this question, Zhuan still held perturbed feelings. After all, this was related to the key to saving Mu Chenxue. When he heard Sky Pure One say that there was no yin and yang object that could balance the yin and yang of the soul in the Huaxia heaven region, Zhuan was extremely disappointed in his heart. But this disappointment transformed into hope when Sky Pure One said that the Sun-Moon herb was in the dangerous grounds of the Dafa heaven region. Dafa heaven region. Zhuan clenched his fists tightly as he decided in his heart that if he had the chance, he would surely head to the dangerous grounds of the Dafa heaven region. Sky Pure One continued. Zhuan, Master pursues the Tao of nature, and I'll let nature take its course. I'll absolutely not force anyone. If you feel it's inappropriate, then you can return the Tao Insight Crystal to Master, and you'll still be Master's disciple. Zhuan waved his hand and said respectfully, Master has already done enough for me, so disciple ought to do something to repay Master. Since disciple only has half a year of time, then disciple will absorb this Tao Insight Crystal and release a trace of the energy of the 9th level Tao Insight after half a year has passed. But disciple hopes that Master is able to open the Scripture Reserve Pavilion to disciple within this half a year of time. I hope to truly understand this world before I die, and in this way, I can die without regrets. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Sky Pure One's mouth as he flicked his sleeve and withdrew a green jade token, and then he passed it to Zhuan. This is the Sky Pure One Immortal token. With this Sky Pure One Immortal token, besides the restricted areas in the Sky Pure One Immortal realm, you can enter and leave at will. Moreover, the exact map of the Sky Pure One Immortal realm is within this Sky Pure One Immortal token. After receiving the green jade token, Zhuan cupped his fist to Sky Pure One, and then he left the Hall of Virtue. After Zhuan left, Yuqing had suddenly flashed into the hall, and he frowned slightly as he looked at Yuqing and said in a low voice, Yuqing, you really intend to allow Zhuan to absorb the Tao Insight Crystals? This is truly, Grand Pure One said calmly. I didn't force Zhuan. I just told him my thoughts. The decision is in Zhuan's hands. Even if Zhuan regrets it in the end, I will still treat him as my disciple. Half a year later, when his life force completely fades away, I will still take care of his corpse. Yuqing shook his head instead and said, never mind. Even though it's slightly against morality, it's worth it if it's able to allow you to comprehend 9th level Tao Insight. At that time, our Huaxia Heavenly Region will absolutely not mistreat those people from Heavenly Armor Continent. The Tai Ching immortal realm was peaceful. Zhuowen turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the continent. The Tai Ching immortal token contained a rather detailed map, and he could see the location of the scripture pavilion at a glance. Not long after, Zhuowen landed in front of a lush green valley. The valley was extremely large, and there was a clear and vast lake in the center of the valley. The surroundings of the valley were inlaid with wooden pavilions. The architectural style of these pavilions was grand and imposing, and it was quite shocking. All the buildings in the valley formed the enormous scripture pavilion. The collection of books inside was extremely rich, and it could be said that it knew everything about astronomy and geography. It almost contained most of the books in the entire Huaxia heavenly region. Zhuowen landed at the entrance of the valley and discovered that there were actually two huge black iron dragon heads embedded at the entrance of the valley. The dragon heads opened their mouths wide and spat out two waterfall-like streams of water. There weren't many people at the entrance of the valley, and he also discovered that most of the cultivators who entered the scripture pavilion were at the soul formation stage. Moreover, there were many existences that Zhuowen couldn't see through it all. It was obvious that their cultivations were much stronger than his. If I want to possess the infant devourer, I have to train my divine sense to be strong. Only in this way can I completely suppress the infant devourer's divine sense. Zhuowen thought to himself. His life force was still flowing away. Half a year was his limit. After half a year, he would definitely die. It was precisely because of this that Zhuowen agreed to let Tai Ching absorb the Tao intent crystal without hesitation. How could a person who was about to die worry about losing his mind? Moreover, Zhuowen also wanted to return the favor he owed Tai Ching by agreeing to this matter. When he was completely reborn in the infant devourer, then his relationship with Tai Ching would be completely clear. Neither of them owed each other anything. Now that he still had half a year, he could use this half a year to prepare hard. When he was reborn, he would be able to successfully possess the infant devourer. The cultivators who entered the valley naturally saw Zhuowen, but most of them didn't care. After all, Zhuowen's aura was only at the early stage of the heavenly god realm. This could be said to be in existence at the middle or lower level in the Tai Ching immortal realm. It was simply unworthy of their attention. Junior sister Lian Ming, you said that Honorable Tai Ching has really taken a disciple? Impossible, right? Honorable Tai Ching has only taken you as his disciple for so many years. Now he's actually made an exception and taken a second one? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded from behind, and Zhuowen's heart shook slightly. He didn't need to turn around to know that this junior sister Lian Ming should be the young woman in a green dress in the Hall of Virtue. However, Zhuowen didn't really want to have too much contact with Lian Ming. He only had half a year in the Tai Ching immortal realm, and he didn't want to get too involved with the people and matters here. When he thought up to here, Zhuowen raised his foot and walked towards the entrance of the valley. It's him. He's Master's new disciple. I remember that he's called Zhuowen. Senior sister Jinghai, stop him. Not long after that gentle voice sounded, Lian Ming's clear and melodious voice sounded, and there was a trace of abruptness in her voice. Zhuowen's gaze was slightly gloomy. As if he didn't hear anything, he continued to walk towards the entrance of the valley. Unfortunately, a beautiful figure blocked his path like a ghost. The woman who appeared before Zhuowen was around 25 or 26 years old. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her lips were red, her small face was like a goose egg, and her thin yet voluptuous body gave off a tranquil and elegant aura when paired with her pink clothes that fluttered in the wind. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He glanced at the woman before him and said, "Senior sister, what's the matter? Why are you blocking my path?" At the same time, Lian Ming, who was standing behind Zhuowen, brought two young men with her and arrived beside the sweet-looking woman. They began to size up Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, why didn't you stop when I called you just now?" Lian Ming said with some dissatisfaction. As for the gentle woman, she sized up Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. However, she didn't find anything special about Zhuowen. Instead, she discovered that Zhuowen's body was surrounded by an aura of death. Like Lian Meng, she could see that Zhuowen wouldn't live for long. She was very surprised. Not to mention that Zhuowen's cultivation was so low, just the aura of death lingering around his body was enough to show that he was someone who was about to die. Why would Honorable Tai Ching accept such a person as his disciple? The gentlewoman couldn't understand Honorable Tai Ching's thoughts. Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Lian Meng and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Greetings, senior sister." Junior brother was thinking about something just now and did not hear senior sister's voice. I hope senior sister does not take offense. Please forgive me. Seeing Zhuowen's good attitude, Lian Meng's expression eased up. She smiled and said, "Do you also want to enter the scripture pavilion? But let me tell you, you must have the Tai Ching Immortal token to enter. You just entered the Tai Ching Immortal realm, so Master shouldn't have given you the Tai Ching Immortal token yet, right? Follow behind me later. Senior sister will bring you into the scripture pavilion. How about it?" Lian Meng patted her chest and said. Seeing Lian Meng being so enthusiastic, Zhuowen couldn't refuse. He nodded slightly and didn't say anything. She is senior sister Jing Hai, the disciple of the Ninth Sky Hall's Hall Master. Her cultivation is much stronger than mine. Lian Meng hugged the gentlewoman beside her and smiled. Zhuowen's eyelids trembled. Honorable Tai Ching had told him about the Ninth Sky Hall before. In the continent of the Tai Ching Immortal Realm, there were various forces, and these forces were represented by the halls. Among them, the Virtue Hall was where Honorable Tai Ching lived and was the leader of all the halls. The Ninth Sky Hall was only below the Virtue Hall. It had many disciples, and its hall master, Ninth Sky, was said to have an unfathomable cultivation and was incomparably powerful. Zhuowen cupped his hands towards Jing Hai. He didn't show enough enthusiasm. Zhuowen's attitude caused Jing Hai to involuntarily frown slightly. Her beauty was definitely one of the best in the celestial realm of grand clarity. She should be on par with Lian Meng and was extremely famous in the celestial realm of grand clarity. Jing Hai's cultivation was clearly much better. She didn't care too much about Zhuowen's attitude. However, the two young men who came with Lian Meng were a little displeased. The two young men were also disciples of the Ninth Sky Hall. However, their status in the Ninth Sky Hall was much lower than Jing Hai's. This time, they came with Jing Hai. Not only was Jing Hai's cultivation high, she was also gentle and charming. She was the object of their admiration for a long time. Now that Zhuowen was being so indifferent, the two of them were naturally displeased. Senior sister Lian Meng, what kind of existence is Honorable Tai Ching? You are an innate immortal physique with peerless talent. It's only natural that you would be accepted as a disciple by Honorable Tai Ching. However, this person is only an early stage heavenly god. Moreover, he looks very ordinary. How could Honorable Tai Ching accept someone like him as a disciple? Did someone use some underhanded means to make Honorable Tai Ching choose him? A man with a sharp nose sneered. Yang Tong is right. How could someone like Honorable Tai Ching accept a piece of trash? Moreover, this person is about to die. He's basically a piece of trash plus a dead person. Accepting someone like him is simply a disgrace to the Virtue Hall's reputation. The other round-faced man said bluntly. Zhuowen looked coldly at the two young men. Their cultivation bases were pretty good. The round-faced man was probably a mid-stage heavenly god, while the man with a sharp nose was a late-stage heavenly god. The two of them echoed each other. Their words were extremely unpleasant to hear. Yang Tong by Shuang enough. Jing Hai's pretty face was gloomy as she stopped them. No matter how bad Zhuowen was, he was still Honorable Tai Ching's disciple. It wasn't their place to gossip. Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's faces were slightly sluggish. However, they were submissive and no longer spoke. Clearly, they were quite convinced by Jing Hai. Junior brother Zhuowen, Yang Tong, and Bai Shuang didn't mean it. I hope you don't mind, Jing Hai said as she looked at Zhuowen meticulously. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Then, He looked at Lian Ming and said, "Senior sister, can you take me into the scripture pavilion now? I really don't like these two flies. Can we go in alone?" Chapter 1896. 8 heavenly domains Yang Tong and Bai Shuang were brought into the scripture pavilion this time because of Jinghai's help. The scripture pavilion was a very important place in the grand pure immortal realm. Only those with the grand pure immortal token or the upper echelons of the various halls were allowed to enter. Only the grand pure immortal token was possessed by the various hall masters of the grand pure immortal realm. Generally, it would be bestowed to the most talented disciple of the hall. Jinghai's talent was pretty good and she was quite strong, but she still wasn't qualified to obtain the grand pure immortal token. This time, if it weren't for Lian Meng, it would be very difficult for Jinghai to enter the scripture pavilion, let alone Yang Tong and Bai Shuang. Now, Zhuowen, a mere early-stage heavenly god, actually encouraged Lian Meng to forbid them from entering. Yang Tong and Bai Shuang's eyes were extremely cold, and they sneered in their hearts. Lian Ming and Jinghai's relationship was very good. She had promised Jinghai that she would bring them into the scripture pavilion, so they weren't very worried that Lian Ming would listen to Zhuowen. Lian Ming glanced at Zhuowen, then at Yang Tong and Bai Shuang, who were sneering in their hearts. She nodded and said, "These two are really annoying. I won't bring them in. Senior sister Jinghai, let's go in together." As she spoke, Lian Ming pulled Jinghai and walked toward the entrance of the valley. As for Zhuowen, he silently followed behind them. Jinghai originally wanted to say something, but seeing Lian Ming's actions, she knew that Lian Ming really didn't intend to let Yang Tong and Bai Shuang in. Although Zhuowen's condition wasn't good, he was still a disciple of the grand pure immortal realm. Yang Tong and Bai Shuang had a relationship with Lian Ming. Even if Zhuowen's condition wasn't good, it wasn't their turn to say anything. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Yang Tong and Bai Shuang stood in place in a daze. Soon after, their faces turned green and white. "Damn it, it's all that damned Zhuowen's fault." Yang Tong's gaze was somewhat vicious as he stared at Zhuowen's back. Bai Shuang's face was gloomy as he looked at Yang Tong. Honorable Taiching's recruitment of a disciple must have caused a commotion in the Taiching immortal realm. However, we still don't know that Honorable Taiching has recruited another disciple. I don't believe that this person is Honorable Taiching's disciple. Yang Tong looked at Bai Shuang and his eyes flickered. "Brother Bai, do you mean to teach this boy a lesson? What if he really was Honorable Taiching's disciple?" After all, Lian Ming's attitude towards Zhuowen is somewhat unusual. Bai Shuang sneered. "He's just an early-stage heavenly god. So what if he's Honorable Taiching's disciple? Honorable Taiching follows the laws of nature. As long as we don't kill him and teach him a lesson, Honorable Taiching won't stand up for him." Yang Tong's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded. "Brother Bai is right. This boy doesn't know when to back down. He really needs to be taught a good lesson. After this boy comes out of the scripture pavilion, we will wait for him to learn how to behave." After the two discussed for a while, they found a rather secluded forest outside the scripture pavilion, intending to wait for Zhuowen to leave the scripture pavilion. There was a guard standing at the entrance of the valley. After Lian Ming took out the Taiching immortal token, she easily passed through. However, Zhuowen found that the Taiching immortal token that Lian Ming took out was somewhat different from his. Lian Ming's Taiching immortal token had a silver bar drawn in the center of the jade color, while Honorable Taiching gave Zhuowen a gold bar. "Zhuowen, this scripture pavilion only has 4 floors. Each floor is very large and contains the essence of China's heavenly domain. Everything you want is inside," Lian Ming introduced to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded slightly as he asked, "Senior sister, does the scripture pavilion have secret techniques for tempering the divine soul and enhancing the divine sense?" Lian Ming smiled and said, "Of course there are such secret techniques. Let me introduce them to you. Of the 4 floors of the scripture pavilion, the first floor is for cultivators below the heavenly god realm to study. The second floor contains divine abilities secret techniques, and various other materials of the heavenly God realm. The third floor is for the true God realm, and the fourth floor is for the void sky realm. Even I can't enter the fourth floor. Generally, those who can enter the fourth floor are the void sky old monsters of the Tai Ching immortal realm, or those who hold the gold-ranked Tai Ching immortal token. Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes narrowed. He suddenly thought of the difference between his Tai Ching immortal token and Lian Meng's. Could it be that the Tai Ching immortal token in his hand was the gold-ranked Tai Ching immortal token that Lian Meng mentioned? Come, let's go inside. Lian Meng smiled as she led Zhuan and Jing Hai into the scripture pavilion. Along the way, Jing Hai was silent. Moreover, when she looked at Zhuan, there was a hint of hostility in her eyes. Zhuan also knew that Jing Hai's expression should be related to what he said outside the valley. However, he couldn't be bothered to say anything to Jing Hai. Right now, he only wanted to find the corresponding secret techniques related to tempering the soul and divine sense in the scripture pavilion in order to prepare to possess the body of an infant. He was merely a passerby in the Tai Ching immortal realm. The first floor of the scripture pavilion had the most people. After the three of them entered the second floor, the number of people decreased. Junior Brother Zhua, you could take a look at the second floor. There are various divine abilities and secret techniques here. There should be a secret technique that you want. After arriving at the second floor, Lian Meng said this to Zhuan before leading Jing Hai to the third floor. The silver-ranked Tai Ching immortal token in Lian Meng's hand was enough for them to enter the third floor. Zhuan didn't follow Lian Meng to the third floor. After all, he was a heavenly god. If he followed Lian Meng to the third floor, it would probably cause trouble. Of course, if he really wanted to enter the third floor, he had a Tai Ching immortal token on him. He could use the Tai Ching immortal token to enter the third or even the fourth floor of the scripture pavilion. The area of the second floor was still very large. However, the number of books here was much less than the first floor. The heavenly deities were no longer using immortal techniques, but divine abilities. After all, immortal techniques relied on immortal energy. However, heavenly gods didn't have immortal energy in their bodies, but star god energy. Using star god energy to cast immortal techniques was obviously inappropriate. Zhuan didn't have any divine abilities. The only one he had was the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs. This slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs was upgraded from an immortal technique to a divine ability by relying on Taoist Songlong's soul when he advanced to the heavenly god realm. Moreover, the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs should be the lowest level divine ability. However, Zhuan valued the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs' plasticity. He was very clear that since the slaughtering finger of Yellow Springs could evolve from an immortal technique to a divine ability, then it might be able to evolve into a true divine ability in the future. It might even become a void heaven divine ability along with him. Zhuan slowly walked around the second floor and constantly browsed through the books on the bookshelves. He discovered that the divine abilities here were divided into several categories. For example, there were offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, and movement divine abilities. Other than divine abilities, there were also secret techniques recorded on bamboo slips. Zhuan also saw some introductions to the 8 heavens, as well as the geographical records of each heavens. Zhuan wasn't in a hurry to look for divine abilities and secret techniques, and he carefully looked through the geographical knowledge that introduced the 8 great heavens instead. With Zhuan's current memories and the comprehension ability that was overlapped by 4 level Dao insights, Zhuan quickly finished reading the introduction within. The 8 heavens were Sakyamuni, Tusita heavens, 6 desires heavens, Brahma heavens, limitless heavens, Yama heavens, Masvara heavens, and the Huaxia heavens he was in. From the introductions in the bamboo slips, Sakyamuni was the strongest among the 8 heavens. Sakyamuni was also slightly stronger than the other 7 heavens. As for how much stronger he was, the bamboo slips didn't record in detail. Sakyamuni, Zhuan couldn't help but clench his fists when he recalled the strength of the Nadi Shiva's projection. Sakyamuni was a void heaven rank expert. Perhaps 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye to him, but it was an endless calamity to the heavenly armor continent. It was because of Sakyamuni that the heavenly armor planet experienced two calamities. In the end, Zhuowen and many of the heavenly armor continent's inhabitants were forced to leave the heavenly armor continent. Moreover, the deaths of Fushi, Cangjia, and the others were also caused by Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni viewed all of them as ants, but Zhuowen would let Sakyamuni know that he, an ant, would one day ascend to the void heaven rank and be on the same level as him. He would let Sakyamuni know that the ant he looked down on back then had the power and potential to destroy him. Zhuowen flipped through the records in the bamboo slips again and discovered that in the vast and boundless universe, aside from the 8 heavens, the universe that occupied the most space was actually the outer realm. The starry skies outside the heavens were almost boundless. There were abandoned stars and broken galaxies scattered everywhere. The life planets of the 8 heavens that had declined would be thrown into the starry skies by the powerhouses of the heavens. Therefore, in the 8 heavens, the outer space had a joking name, and that was the heavens garbage dump. This was because it was filled with too many abandoned stars. It was a place used to fill up the abandoned stars of the 8 heavens. Devour, whom Zhuowen was familiar with, was born in outer space. The bamboo slips had a brief introduction about Devour. It could be said that Devour specialized in swallowing planets to absorb energy. He was the natural enemy of countless planets and galaxies in the 8 heavens. Once Devour was found in the heavens, the powerhouses of the heavens would gather to attack him. The starry skies outside the heavens were too vast. Besides Devour's name, the bamboo slips also briefly explained that there should be other existences similar to Devour in the farthest reaches of the starry skies. However, they were too far away, and no one had ever been there. It was just the speculation of some heavens lords. Besides, Zhuowen also paid attention to the Great Brahma Domain. He found that the Great Brahma Domain was ranked last among the 8 heavens, and it was much weaker than the other 7 heavens. He also saw the location of the yin-yang clear moon crescent moons in the bamboo slips. The yin-yang clear moon crescent moons had a great reputation in the Great Brahma Domain. It was said that it was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Great Brahma Domain. There were divine treasures that could move many heavenly gods. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.